Good morning. Hope everyone is having a great morning. I'm having a pretty good morning. It's going to be even better with some Mountain Dew that I did not finish last stream. You know what? It's actually not as flat as I thought it would be. Still pretty good. All right. Whoops. Don't want to cast Fireball. So let's keep working on things. I fixed the handful of problems now. Boop. So corpse explosion should work. Boom. Turns out it was the whole rust tag. I removed rust as an element, and the projectile that is being created there was tagged for the rust element, so that's why that was crashing. Because that entity did not exist, because rust did not exist. What's some of this stuff? Oh, these are the old sanctums. So I decided to have a little fun with the sanctum. I wasn't feeling the old sanctum. So this is kind of what the new one looks like. I have it hovering now. It always felt too bulky. But something like this actually does feel a lot better. I like how I have the particles, like I have it to where they like billow out, kind of like a fog. So I thought that was cool. Cleaned up the model a little bit more. The collision boxes are a little different now as well. Instead of having like all of these multiple collision boxes, there's pretty much the one at the bottom and then the one at the top. And I may remove the one at the bottom and extend the one at the top maybe over a little bit. Mainly because the collision, right? You right click on it. I don't know if a thing on the bottom is needed. Maybe it should be more open air. Although it would also mean that this part isn't clickable. So maybe what I should do is I should move this bottom up. I'll do that. That'll be an easy thing to do. So let's go down to Block Station Sanctum. Get selection boxes. And this is the bottom. So basically, I want to move this bottom up a little bit. Let me get the calculator. I don't like these numbers here. Because see, like, what is this? What is this? This is two numbers, so let's do a 0.38 plus 0.08 plus... Scroll back down. So plus 0.0625 minus 0.0175. So what is that? So really, all of this math here, all these random numbers. It's like, come on. So I will try it like a 4. Let's do it like a 4.0 for the start. Fireball that in. So that's what it is now. I think I'll bump it down just a little bit, maybe. Or you know what? Maybe it needs to go up a little more. Maybe the line should be like right there. Although now that means that, I can see, this is not interactable, so I could like break this. And I wasn't sure if I really need this bottom thing. Not sure. I really like how that like falls and just like billows. I really like it. It's pretty cool. It like falls too, like with gravity sometimes. Love it. It feels very magic-y. I think I'm gonna bump this up a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's do like a 4-2. Probably a little bit more, huh? Maybe a 4-5. Oh, you know what? I don't even have to go back into the game because it's auto-adjusting here. How about a 4-4-5? I kind of wanted to run that line right there. Like that. That's it right there. Because, like, the selection boxes should be, like, transparent to players, right? Like, you should look at it and, like, sure, with this, you'll be able to see, like, the top because the top's unique. It's not, like, level. But, yeah, I think that's pretty darn good. Maybe I should bump this down a little bit. Maybe the top is too high. Put a block next to it because it's level right now. Let me bump that down. There we go. You know, let's get in a better position here to see the line. There we go. So that black line needs to go down to here. And I understand this is probably me being a little OCD, but someone's got to do it. 0.1F. So I'm just going to start subtracting because that's going to make the math just easier. Whoa, that was way too much. And that was too much in the other direction. What about a 5.5? Can I offer you a nice 0.55? Look at that. Honed right in. There we go. So it's like you have to actually, like, look at it to interact with it. Same with the books. But at least there's no lip or anything. This lip is pretty much just for viewing. You could still interact with your grimoires. I moved the position of the grimoires up as well. So they're not like... this whole thing's been kind of, like, cleaned up. Just hits the wall and love it. All right, so I think the Sanctum is pretty much done. I realized last night I did not have the 6th spell slot accounted for. This is the new staff interface that I came up with. I just kind of made it a little more simple, and it's still doing a handful of things here. For instance, each spell icon, like for the innate spells, transmutation, I think that's going to be the only innate spell. It doesn't make sense to, like, have other spells that just unlock for all mages in a system where I have it to where you can, like, research spells. You know, there's nothing that should be specific to you. You know what I mean? Like, to your, like, level of magic. So I figured transmutation, and actually I want to make another spell because I want to make a greater transmutation, which is going to be when you cast transmutation on the nebula staff or like any like staff. Instead of a 3x3 area, I think I'm going to make it a 5x5 so you get more area out of it for the same mana cost. Yum yum. But yeah, these icons here, basically you'll have like the icon of your spell, and then you'll have a border around it, and then that border is going to be like a tier 1, 2, or 3 kind of border. And then, of course, you'll have, so like this one's a tier 3 spell, a max level spell, so it has purple around it. And then you'll notice there are colors here, so the first 2 green are going to be your magician staff. And then these 2 blue are going to be the Spellweaver staff. And then these are going to be unlocked with the Archmage staff. So I think I'm limiting it by staff instead of like by sanctum. I was looking at the logistics of it and I'm like, it's going to be too complex and too easy to break. I'm going to have to put in a lot of like block checks, because what if you put everything in and then you end up remodeling things and break your sanctum, right? If it's like a multi-block structure. And then what? I have to like send packets continuously to like check the player's spells. It doesn't make sense. It's a lot of overhead. So I'm just going to restrict it by staff. So you will be able to put all of your grimoires in here just right off the bat. When you get this thing, you could fill it up with grimoires. You just won't be able to cast the last 4 spells if you have the magician's staff. You'll only have these 2. How you doing, Law? Morning. Good morning, morning, morning. I had a really good morning because I decided to I'm gonna start making sushi for myself. So I'm learning stuff. I tried to buy the one of my elementals. You live. Just chilling. But yeah, I ended up I'm making some good sushi. There's this like furikake kind of shaker stuff, so I'm like using I'm just customizing my sushi. It's awesome. Tastes really good. Really, really good. Good morning, Quixote. How are you doing? All right, let's go into the staff. You know, I'm looking at these like little borders. I actually don't like the borders. I feel like, I don't know. There's just something about the borders I don't like. You know what it is? I think it's because I have a lot of green. Let me get a couple tier 2 grimoires here and put those in. All right, so let's see. That's a tier 2 spell. You know, we'll grab this tier 3 spell, Inferno, and then we will Fertilize. That's a tier 2 spell. Boop, boop, boop. All right, let's throw that and that. Throw that book away. We will put Growth in there. Resist Lightning. See you later. Inferno. All right, let's see now. You know what it is? Maybe I need different colors. Oi! Doing well? Been doing game jams. Nice. Water is boiling back in a minute. Sounds good. I think my problem here is that I think the border would be better not being like your magic tier and just being like whatever the staff is to unlock it. I'm getting these colors from the colors of my Arcanus. So like the regular Arcanus is green now. Where are they? There we go. So the regular is green, the primal is blue, and the seraphic is black, or purple. I think that's what it is. That's why it looks awkward to me. This worked before with the representation I had, just because I had more space. It was like deeper, and then I had like the icons, right? So it was like, oh, this is for this staff. So I'm gonna change this. Let's go into the GUI. I'm gonna keep the original code though, because I may do something. Maybe I have like a little icon above this, and I have like a 1, 2, or 3 to tell you like what spell tier it is. All right, let's change it. This is one of those things I had to sleep on, I guess. Because last night I put it all in. I'm like, oh yeah, got that new spell slot. I think it's working. Let's test it. So I should be able to cast a frost spell. Looks like a weak one, but yep. So it works. It works. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put a comment, and I'm going to say, this would show an image depending on the spell tier. Gonna copy and paste that, so I will comment this out. And we're gonna doctor this up, so I'll do a static tier 1. There we go. So basically I can just copy this string. There we go. And then of course this would be a tier 2. Just like that. Copy. Paste. That one's tier 2, and then this one would be tier 3. Right there. I think it's just like too many colors, you know what I mean? Too many of the same, like too many meanings behind the same color. It's gonna confuse people. It confused me. There we go. So something like this now. Back for now. Welcome back. I do like this a lot more. A lot more. Now I gotta do some restrictions based on your staff. So this is the Archmage staff, so I should have all of my spell slots available. Let's pull out one of the flat tire staffs here, the Magician's staff. Here, Magician's Conjurer staff. So I need to make it to where this stuff doesn't show up with the Conjurer staff, which I think is going to be easy to do. I think I may be able to... Yeah, I'm already putting in the item, and I already have it set as a variable for the staff. So all I need to do is come back down here. This may actually be really easy. Got my old year 2000 PowerBook Prismo up and running. Gonna be doing Taskmaker today. Top-down turn-based RPG from 1989. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. That is an old computer. That's some old. Is it a dual-core processor? Pentium 3. It's hyper-threaded. New hyper-threaded technology. That's cool though. I've been thinking about, like, I've been kind of dabbling more and more in like game engines and being like, you know, eventually this mod is going to be like complete, right? Eventually, like, all the mods kind of have a finished state, you know, where it's like you could add more, but really it's like an expansion. Want to do something new. So I'm kind of looking at game engines and being like, what should the next big thing be? It was my first laptop, had an Apple G3 350 megahertz processor. Yeah. 1 gig of memory. Been having a blast season. Yeah, I've been looking at that. I think there was something with like mono. There was like some kind of mono one as well. I know I'm staying away from Unity and I'm staying away from Unreal. And it's unfortunate because I actually, before Unity, you know, kind of took a dump in the face of every gamer, I actually really liked that engine. Like, I found it kind of easy, just kind of for me to use. Like, the store was kind of cool, but I don't know, things just kind of made sense. But I will never use the Unity game engine in anything that I do. Ever. Like, that's... And Unreal, I don't know. I feel like if I was making like a Soul Calibur, you know what I mean? Like something that would really take advantage of like the design and like graphics and stuff. Maybe maybe Unreal would be, you know, what I'd pick. Man, something went in my eye. I don't know what it is. Come to the good outside. May I post a link of a game I made in 9 days? You know, this is gonna sound silly. I'm not really sure how to. You could try. If it blocks it, it's because Moobot's being mean. I think Moobot has like okay, so you can, but probably because you're a moderator, right? Darkest Duck. It's pretty cool. You got a whole like dedicated site for it too. I think because I'm a mod, yeah, I get a lot of people trying to post links and stuff. We're gonna hear dual stuff here. I just want to try this out a little. So this was made with Godot, right? I already can't move. Oh, there we go. Oh, so it's like a dungeon crawl. It's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. You know what I wanted to do, Quixote? And this is a big project. So I'll throw some of the idea out there because like when I was talking about like games and stuff, this is kind of the game I wanted to play or make. I've been feeling D&D. Very, very much like D&D, kind of inspired here. I think it would be cool to have like an RPG game with like so of course it's gonna have dice, right? But dice as in like that's your player. So let's say I make like a shaman or something, and let's say for the sake of a game here, let's okay, here we go. So you got like a, just like the standard Yahtzee dice, right? 6-sided dice. This is gonna, oh, come on. It's probably gonna be all over the place here. We'll just do that. And that, right? So you unfold it. And let's say your class is like, this is like a fighter. Wow, white. Come on. There we go. So this is like the fighter kind of layout. And then you have like skills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Whatever it is, you can socket those skills onto your dice, right? So this could be like 1, maybe another 1, a 3, a 4, right? 5, 2, something like that. And then like each round, you like roll the dice, right? And then that's what that fighter's ability could be that round. You know what I mean? Or maybe you have like a multi-sided dice, right? For like an evolved class spec or something, right? Like whatever it looks like. I wanted to make a game like that because I think that'd be kind of neat. Oh, nice. Dice Warriors. Dice Fighters. Well, that was my random idea, like how the game should feel. Dice, baby. Gambling. Gambling for those cleaves. You're singing it now in your mind. Yeah, it's unfortunate because it's like, how did I come up with this magic mod, right, Quixote? I think you were the first person I talked to about it. Like, you know what? Maybe I should make one. And then here we are, right? And here we are. This is it. When I first got Vintage Story, I'm like, you know what? This game needs some flying machines. Just recreate my Minecraft mod. Why not? Oh my god, speaking of, so one of my friends sent me, I thought it was fake. I thought it was completely fake. They sent me a Minecraft movie trailer. And I'm like, there's no way. I'm like looking at it and I'm like, this is like, it's like the cringiest, like, it looked fake. It was so bad it looked fake. I'm like, this isn't real. Right, you got Aquaman in like a pink leather, right? You know what I mean? Like, Like, I just couldn't. I'm like, this isn't real. And then like Steve being like Jack Black of all people, I'm like, oh god, that's horrific. Like the blue shirt kind of looking like he's at a Star Trek. I'm like, this is fake. This is fake. I still think it's fake. I still do. But a scarier Park Quixote is I think it's real. And it's the most ridiculous bull crap I think I've seen. It's like the single worst. It's like watching someone crawl backwards into a building that's on fire and singing the whole time, ass first, going right into the burning building. Just like, yep, this is fine. This is good. I thought it was, I thought it was fake. Like, there's sometimes when it's like, oh, the new Batman movie where the Joker's the Batman and it's played by Arnold, right? It's like, oh, one of these cutesy things, right? I'm looking at the animation, I'm like, it just looks so horrible, right? Like, it's almost like that uncanny valley of like, are you trying to be real or fake here with the, you know what I mean? Like, pick a lane to go into. If you're going to embrace, like, a game setting, it's just like, why is there so much detail in that sheep's face? You know what I mean? Like, it looks like it's been wilted by decades of grief and dust. Looks like it's targeted towards kids. It's got to be targeted towards someone, but I can tell you this much, like, it ain't targeted towards me. And I was thinking about getting back into Minecraft modding, which is the most ridiculous thing. So I'm like, you know what? Like Forge, NeoForge, like I'm kind of looking into the logistics of it. And I'm like, maybe I can make like a magic mod and like, have some fun there just for a break from Vintage Story. And then I saw that trailer like not even a week after I started to like, look into things for real. And I was like, oh my god. Like, I don't think I can proudly say like, yeah, I made mods for Minecraft, because now the people are gonna look at this movie and be like, oh, I guess that's what he's into. Like, it was horrible. It was like the worst thing I've seen. Hope it's success. I hope it's more successful than Borderlands was. That movie was like and the funny thing is, like, I think I liked Borderlands 3. Like, it wasn't my favorite game. Like, I haven't felt a need to play it after I played it at all throughout all the years. Honestly, I had forgot that it existed until that movie, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have fond memories of, of playing, and yeah, it was a cute game. Yeah. Wouldn't want to play it again, but yeah, it was cute. Apparently that movie was a swing and a miss. Let's do this dot staff. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's undo what I just did and comment those back out. So I need to make some if statements here. I'll do it just like this. So I'll say this dot staff dot code dot path dot contains. So if it contains Spellweaver or Archmage, then we can show this spell icon as usable. Same thing here. And then this one should just be the Archmage. Here we go. End this if statement. There, let's save, fireball it in. There we go. So I think this is what we can do. Yeah, the piglins in the movie. Not for kids. Yeah, right? It's like, if it's for kids, why are you making everything look so scary? You know what I mean? And then the thing, and if it's for kids, right? And part of it's like the girl's like, oh, he's such a tool. I'm like, that's not like for kids. That's like a kid kind of, you know, stepping up there. Like this is for a very narrow, like, you know, you gotta be like 10 to people 14 to really that's your movie right there. That tiny little timestamp. It's your movie. All the third graders are gonna be like, oh, did you see? That's so cool. That girl called everyone a tool. Okay, gotta get everything ready to do testing before I'm up. I love the progress in your mod, though. One of these days, I will update my mods in VS one of these days. Yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by. And, yeah, good luck. Have fun. Today is a day of fun. So I found another problem that we're gonna have to fix, right? So now, depending on... And let's get a Spellweaver staff here. Here we go. Spellweaver. So I got these icons, but if I click, right, I have growth. If I go over here, so insufficient mana. Growth is 123 mana. Okay, let's do this then, right? There we go. Aqua Burst, 9 mana. So I selected it with this staff. Now I can come to this staff and I can cast Aqua Burst. This is a problem. Because if I go in here, like, it's still a selected spell. So the question is, what do I do? How do I solve this? So I guess I have a problem no matter what direction I'm coming from. Because, like, with this, right? You have a sanctum, and let's say I have to have it to where you need a runestone to dictate the amount of spells that you can have, right? Something like that. Bam. So I would have to send constant updates to the player checking if your sanctum still sees this upgrade block, and then the spells that you would have available when you right click. So I guess my next question here is there a reason why, I guess besides progress, why don't I have this, your spells, instead of being tied to the staff, why aren't they tied to, like, milestones of maximum mana, maybe? Because then it doesn't matter what staff you have, because I could just do a check against your mana. And your maximum mana is not necessarily going down, I guess, unless you take armor off. But I could do, like, what your player mana is, maybe. Isn't a limitation based on mana? Well, it is and it isn't. It doesn't do much good if he has a spell and he can't use it, so why does visually locking something to a staff type matter? So the idea is... this magician staff is like your tier 1 mage staff, right? As a tier 1 mage, I can make this, and I get some benefits from it, right? I get 20% spell haste with all spells I cast on it. The other idea was you have 2 spell slots that you can use. That's the other side of it. And of course you would have like an empowered transmutation, right? And a transmutation that can hit a wider area when it pops. So the idea was Spellweavers is like tier 2 magic, right? You're making more powerful spells, you have more mana, you'll get 4 spell slots, right? So the thing that we're running into is since the limitation was supposed to be based on your staff, I can I can cheese it a little bit, right? This staff is going to be a lot more difficult to make than this basic staff. It gives you more spell haste as well, and it has more durability, but this is going to take a lot of resources, right? So the idea is, if you go back to like the cheap kind of conjurer staff, you shouldn't have all of those spell slots unlocked if it's locked this way. So I have to make it to where when you have like a magician staff in your hand, then maybe your spell, but then that's a cheat too, because changing the spell is that'd be kind of annoying to do each time. Right? It's like I'd have to take a snapshot of the last staff that you had, and then when you scroll to have another staff in your hand, is this a lower quality staff? If so, reset the spell that you have socketed. As you said, check against one's max mana makes more sense. Yeah. And maybe it makes more sense to lock it. You know, let's get a bookcase. I'm tired of throwing my spells. Bookshelf. There we go. There we go. Let's start saving these things. So maybe it would make sense. Why can't I put anything on these bookshelves? Something happened? Did my bookshelves break? I can't break. Is that still a bug? Is this still a bug with the bookshelves? No. No, right? This is not a bug. No. No. I call shenanigans on this. I call shenanigans. Not happening. No way. No way your bookshelves still messed up. Right, as you said, check against one's max mana makes more sense for progression. Thematically anyways, because rust magic is something we unlock within ourselves and the character and the wands are tools. Yeah, right, they're supposed to be conduits. Son of a bitch, really? Now it's fine. Like, that was messed up. The bookshelf screwed up. I'll take that out. There we go. That was I couldn't even break the bookshelves. That was messed up. Great. Awesome. But yeah, so you know what I could do? This is gonna be the easiest thing. I can limit it based on the slot. So what I can say is like, okay, this is the other hurdle going this way that I'm gonna have to deal with. You can dynamically change your maximum mana, right? Which was part of the reason why there was some confusion with people when you were like trying to level up to like a tier 2 mage, because you have your maximum mana that you get, like your player maximum mana, from just casting spells and stuff and having it increase over time. And then you had like the upfront maximum mana of like armor bonuses. So armor bonuses were kind of easy to cheese a little bit, right? So I need to account for the fact that if you have so much mana, like what if someone puts on like, oh yeah, here, put on the maximum mana, and then socket all of your grimoires, and then take it off, and your max mana goes back down from like 200, 310 to, 10 again. And you got all, you know what I mean? Like, how do I deal with a maximum mana that shifts up and down? You know what I mean? Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't, there's nothing to disable the slots, because as soon as you put something in, it writes to the player. Like, as soon as I put this book in, all this is doing is this is an inventory slot that's holding that item. As soon as I put the book in, it sent a packet to me, the player, and then said, slot 2 now has all of this spell information. And then all you're doing is you're opening this up, and I'm looking at slot 2's information, which was saved at that time. Now I can go anywhere in the world. This could unload. I can go so far away, this whole chunk unloads, and I still have that spell because it saved that tagged information onto me. So if this is unloaded and I take off my armor and my mana goes from 300 down to 10, I will still have all of the spells available to me, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, but the way I combat that is like, okay, This, you know, but it's just your base mana, right? Like when you were becoming a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 mage, it's your base mana without armor bonuses. I may have to take that approach again too. But then I understand that it gets confusing when you have mage armor and you're at like 64 mana, let's say, and then this slot unlocks at like, you know, 60 mana, we'll say. And then it's like, oh, well, I have 64 mana and it says it's still locked. It requires 50 mana, right? That's a lot of what I got before with like the tier upgrades. They're like, I don't understand. I got, you know, 65 mana and it says 50 mana is the minimum. Even though I put in the same sentence, if they read 4 more words over, it would have said, you know, armor bonus doesn't count. You know what I mean? Like, it was right there, but they read the first 3 words and figured they knew what the rest of the sentence meant. Combat that, just show your base mana all the time. Put the additional mana from external sources. I thought of that. It gets weird. And you can't do different colors. You can't split up a mana bar like that. Or any of these bars. Like the way this is, like the bar, like you could set a static color throughout. You can set the little blips throughout as well. But you can't be like, well, up to this half here is this and then this. Now I could put it in the mouse over information. I could say total mana and then do a breakdown. Maybe that's the way to do it. And then I could say, like, player mana, because actually now there's a whole new source of mana, too. I did this yesterday, too. Was it here? This was one of my designs that I did not like. That's my old achievement. Come on, where is it? Ah, here it is. So this is what this is what I think the Sanctum is going to look like. I wanted a way to like show your stats and stuff. So you're going to have Meditation Insight, right? So you're going to have a maximum mana bonus from Meditation Insight, your player bonus, right, from like your casting experience, and then your armor bonus information. And then over here, I would have your total mage stats, right? So whatever your max mana with all these max manas, mana regen, spell cost, blah, blah, blah. And then down here would be like your attunements, right? Like if you're neutral attunement, and these numbers are all just random, but yeah, because I was checking my mana all the time in the tooltip to see what mana I actually had. Yeah, so maybe I should, maybe that's a good quality of life thing. When you hover over, just like for magic experience, you know how I have that percentage based for max mana? Maybe I'll say like total mana, and then do a new line down, and then do like, you know, EXP, player EXP bonus, you know, equals whatever, Meditation Insight bonus equals whatever, and then armor bonus equals this. That way you'll be able to see the breakdown of your total. Yeah, right. I think a little more information would be helpful if I myself having to take armor off constantly to actually know my base mana. Yeah, that's the thing, right? This is why I like the feedback, because, you know, I'm too close to the project. Like it makes sense to me, but I may not be conveying it to someone who isn't making the mod, right? So for this, I will absolutely put that in right now. This is a really good idea. Right, see, so this is the value here. So I could say total mana, and then we can do plus, let's pop in a new line, and then I will say player mana Player mana. Plus, we'll put this in, so I'll get the watched attribute, get int, this dot, player max mana, text only. No, that's not what I want. I want to do RMR references dot player max mana. And I think this is a float. No, it's an int. Okay, it's an int. So let's just see what this looks like. Oh, I may have to reload. Yeah, anything like this, like if I miss something, let's have a conversation about it and see if I can get the right information in there. Because I think this is going to help a lot. This minor change that's going to take maybe 10 minutes tops to do, I think is going to help people a lot. There we go. So I see total mana. Here, let's make it daytime. So we got total mana and we got player mana. Or I should say, maybe I'll do mana from, like, player, mana from meditation insight, mana from armor. Maybe do something like that. All right, so let's see. Or I could say bonus. We'll do a basic player mana. And I'll say meditation insight. And then I'll say like armor bonus. I may have to change these. Like, if you have any suggestions on how I should say these, I'm all ears. Let's see, that's current mana, armor max mana. And then this is going to be research, right? So this is research max mana. Let's kind of offset it a little bit. There we go. Let's reload. Base man, I think it's weird with player. Yeah. Well, really, it's like experience, like your mana through your experience. So maybe it should just be experience mana. Because it's literally mana you get from your magic experience. Oh, look at that. It's being all weird with the sizing. So I think I need to offset that hover text. So I'll say magic EXP experience. Why not just spell it out? Magic experience. And the meditation insight, and then the armor bonus. Looks good. So let me look at the mana bar value here. I think I have to overwrite value height, because it's like each time I'm pushing it down, it's it's like offsetting it weird. So I'm going to have to like raise it back up a little bit to account for all of the text. So we're calculating within the bounds. We're talking about it being hideable or not. Then we're setting value for the overlays. Font value, font texture, padding, borders. So show on hover. That's just the background. Oh, I could potentially override this and change the background from dirt brown to something else. Offset it above the bar instead of below. Well, it's all default. This is what I'm talking about. This is the mana. This is a stats bar is what it is. This is a base game thing. So the base game's doing the calculations. I'm just putting more text in there. But apparently the base game calculations apparently didn't put in for like calculating when you want to do like a new line. So I now have to find a way to offset it. And I think it may be through the value height. Maybe. Although it's private. Oh, it's private. No, I can't get to it. This is bullshit. Oh, man. I guess I could do a run-on sentence. This is stupid. Let me just try and get rid of these new lines here. Let me try. See what it looks like. I bet it adjusts fine now. Oh, wow. Oh, it's the width that's getting it, too. I have too much text in there. Shoot. Too much text, huh? All right, let's go back into this. Let's take another look. The value width. Oh, it's private. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Wait a minute. Default height. Oh, it's static though. You know what? It is static. Okay. Let me try something. Let me try a little something. Not gonna want that, huh? Yeah, it cannot be accessed. What can I access here? Before calcs bounds, I could, oh, maybe the bounds of the element. Okay. Bounds. Copy only size, draw, fixed row, fixed left, okay, fixed. Let me try fixed offset Y. What does it want? Cannot be used like a method. Oh shoot, how do I do this? With fixed offset. Let's do a -5F. We'll do a 0 and a -5F. Let's just see if we can move the bar. Shit, I think I made it lower. No, I didn't. I don't think it moved. Let's do a quick reload to make sure that's not it. Let's make it -15 too. Why not? They keep it on the same line. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how I can manipulate it. Now look at the bar. The bar is screwed up. Oh, because that bounds isn't for the hover text. So it did it all in the same line now. All right, let's get rid of this. Apparently, I have to reload the game to update the manipulating this bar. Boom, 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 boom. Funny but not intended. Yeah. There we go. All right, so I guess having it be all in the same line, it's gonna be what happens. And maybe I separate it with something like this. Wow, it does. You have to reload the game for the text to even change. That's rough. So this mana bar . See, I only have the show value on hover. I need something like that. Total mana. Max experience, insight, and armor bonus. I should probably put, like, mana from. Maybe that would be better. I could take it a step further and do that. Save. Here we go. Reload. This is gonna look real long. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Well, one thing I can do, having the one extra space down didn't seem like it made it impossible to read. It did shift it a little further down from your mouse. Yeah, see, that's real long. I have a way I could shrink this. Let me try this. Let's see what this looks like. I don't think it's going to be as long now. I think we got it. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's going to have to be good enough because I'm not going to recreate the whole mana bar, system just to be able to change the hover over text position, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's... See, that's readable. It's not going off the screen. You have your total mana, and then max mana from magic experience 42, meditation insight 0, armor bonus 2. I think that will do it. That will do it. And it's not, I can't go deeper, right? Like, I can't push this to where you can't read any of the text because it spills off the screen. So I think that's going to be what we have. Bless you, sir. All right, so now I have to start thinking about... Still much better than how it was. Yeah, as long as it's some kind of upgrade, then it was worth it. I would love for it to be moved up one. Like, I would love that, but this is the world we live in. I wonder if there would be a difference between me doing this or this. Like, a break. Wonder if it parses it differently. You know what I mean? From, like, new line to, like, just doing kind of HTML-based, kind of rich text break. It doesn't even parse it out. It's like, sorry. Your money's no good here. Alright, so this is what it will be. Alright, let's move on. Right, one of those, is it /r/n or something? Yeah, right. I think this is like plain text. So it reads like the new line, but it's not, it doesn't read the bracket. If it was rich text, I could put like links and stuff in there. Like there's a lot more I could do with it with formatting. But that's not the world we live in. How you doing, Juno? There we go. Total mana, max mana from magic experience, meditation insight, and armor bonus. Whew. And you will also be able to look in your sanctum to see like an overview of breakdown of stuff. Eventually, that's coming. So I should probably restrict this stuff based on your mana. Boop. Boop. So I want to restrict each spell slot. So what, I'm literally going to be throwing numbers in here because no one's tested like all the new values, and I haven't tested the new values, so Good. How about you? Progress looking good? Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I can unlock like all the stuff that can be unlocked. It's funny. I wanted to change this, a Rusty Discovery. You no longer achieve it by breaking Rift Blooms. Now you get it by actually making the Manual of Magic Arts. So this is my thought. I'm going to have one guide in here. And it's going to say, like, you know, getting started, right? Rustbound Magic, getting started. And when you click on it, it's going to basically tell you to craft the Manual of Magic Arts to get started. Like, that's basically what this whole thing is going to boil down into. And you'll have, like, a link that links to the Manual of Magic Arts, so you can see that it takes literally a Rusty Dust and a Shifting Fiber. When you make that book and or pick up someone else's book, that's when you get a Rusty Discovery achievement, and then the next thing is like, you know, unlocking magic. So it's like you could choose, right? I shifted that because it felt better, but that means that I needed to change this icon. So I started to make an icon, and then I'm like, wait a minute, like this is the not colored one, but like that would go well with my you know, essence attunement icon. So I still need an icon for this, but everything else is 100% achievable. All the rituals have all the right tags, everything works. So that's great. Now I just need to populate this stuff, which is something that I'm going to do off stream, right? That's just me typing. I'll probably watch a show or something, you know, on the other screen while I do it. But that's done. Fix the bugs for like Corpse Explosion and the other stuff that I found. I could throw that. And we're just kind of, it's really just like filling in the blanks. Like, this is craftable. I think we had decided on these spell slots are going to be locked depending on what your maximum mana is. So I just don't know what those numbers are going to be. This one is going to be like default unlocked. And then these other ones, I got to put checks in there. So let's do that. Let's pull up the Sanctum. And we're going to have to pull up the Sanctum block entity. Try put... So somewhere in here, I need to intercept. I need to intercept this to be like, to do a mana check, right? And then if you do not have the appropriate mana, to let the player know. And I think I'm going to have to do this between the block, the sanctum block itself, and the block entity. Maybe. Maybe not. I thought I had something empty. EMPTY. Yep. Oh, maybe it's just in the block entity. All right. Send dialogue values. We can ignore all that. Okay, this is where it is. So if the slot is empty and it's not soul, and if it's soulbound, so if it's soulbound to a player that is you, then I say empty. I need to put another if statement in here. I need to say if. Oh man, how do I do this the easiest way without touching like 15 different things and bouncing back and forth? Because I have two things that I need to do. When you hover over it, I need to tell you in the block info whether that slot is straight up empty or whether you do not meet the minimum requirements to, you know, to have that slot, right? So I need to calculate the index based on a mana cost, right? So I need to come into here and I say like if here, I'm gonna make a new variable here. I'm gonna say it's gonna be an int, and I'll say required mana, required max mana equals 0. We'll do a 0. And now I can say if index equals 1, then the required mana is going to equal 20. We'll do like basic stuff here. Or you know what? Not 20. What is my maximum mana? 44? Let's say 50. We'll say 50. And now in here, I can take a snapshot and I can say if the player mana. Oh, I don't have a snapshot of the player. I have 4 player. So I could do 4 player dot entity, not entitlements, dot entity dot watched attributes dot get int. I think they're all ints. Get int RMR references dot, and I'll just get the max mana. So I will say player max mana for now. And I'll do if it's greater than or equal to the required mana. Then we will say empty. Just like that. Else. Do that. I'll comment this out. Comment that out. I'll say requires 50 max mana. We'll keep it simple for now. So this won't affect placing it. There we go. So it says empty. It put an extra space in there, right? So empty and then requires 50 max mana. Okay. You know what? Requires 50 max mana to unlock. And I can put colors and stuff in here too. And I will get rid of this and this. I don't think I need those. There we go. So that's the formatting here. So you'll have empty because this is the slot that's always available. And then index 1 requires 50 max mana. Now let's increase the maximum mana. Let's get the admin tool to give us over 50 max mana. This should unlock. So what am I at? 44? Here, we'll click it once, so I'm at 49. Still upset. If I click it one more time, now it's empty. So this would have been unlocked for me. If we look down here, magic experience, I have 52 mana from my magic experience. Meditation insight, I haven't learned anything. An armor bonus of 2. What do I have on? Is it that hat? That weak hat? I think I still have that super weak hat on. Yeah. Plus 2 max mana. I may end up changing these as well. Because now you should have a decent amount of max mana. Like it should probably be more than 2 now. So I think I can start upping the power of the armor as well. So now I have to make it to where, let's do slot 3 next. And I'll say slot 3 will be 55 max mana. There we go. So it still says 50, that's fine. So I need to change this. We have to evolve this statement a little bit. And I need to just put in the variable for required max mana into the string. So I will let it tell me what it is and not make it static. There we go. Now it's 55 mana. We got it. Let the numbers find themselves out. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping everyone else finds out for me. Give people this alpha and be like, tell me what sucks about it, right? And that's the thing, right? It's like, I feel like sometimes people are like, well, I give you feedback and you're, arguing against it. And it's like, well, I'm not arguing against it. I'm trying to tell you the other systems that touch that one thing that you want to tip the boat on. You know what I mean? Like it's like if the spells, right? If like these mana costs are too high, it doesn't mean nerf these. It's like, okay, well, let me look at everything because like, do I incorporate armor, spell armor bonuses, right? Do I buff how much max mana you should have at the time? You know what I mean? Like for your spells here, right? It's like, well, they all take too much mana. And most of the time, the people that are complaining don't have mage armor on. And it's like you realize that mage armor also reduces the total mana cost of the spell before anything happens. Like, and it gives you more maximum mana. It's literally like making everything 100% more efficient by having that on. So it's like, put the armor on and then tell me if it feels weird. Everything's too expensive. Well, it's going to be. Because you're also not supposed to cast 1,000 spells and have an infinite mana pool. Also, it's your mod. Yeah. Also, it's my mod, right? People don't understand how everything interacts with everything else. Yeah, I mean that's basically it. And of course, you could tell those people because they come in like attack mode, right? It's like, man, your mod's so hard, it's so tough. You gotta do a better job at balancing. Did you even play your mod? I heard that a lot, and I'm like, I'd love to play my mod, but then I'm not developing it. So I am creating things for it. Lee Mal, look at this guy. Doesn't even know how to balance his mana and spells. Keck W. Alright. So, I need to restrict putting an item in here now. I should be able to put items into these two and not in this one. We'll ignore these for now because they're just open slots. So let's pull out a grimoire. Make sure that works, that works, that works. It all works. Now let's put a physical restriction on it. think it's up here, right? Yeah, try put. Okay. Okay. So I think I'm gonna do a similar thing here. Slot num slot try put into. It's like where do I put it? Where do I put it? Do I do it set on index? I think I can. Although inventory slot number index plus I, so that's just going through a for loop for everything. I could probably limit it before I even get here. Before I get into this for loop. All right, I will say let's go down. I'm going to copy the other if statement. Wherever it is, here it is. I'm actually copying this. There we go. This would be just regular player. Let's scroll back down, and I'll take a copy of this. I'll probably end up making these global variables, so I'll be able to change it on the fly. Also, we will turn these variables into config options, so players can like make their own judgments and their own unlocks. Trying to give server owners like as much power as they can have, right? Yeah, everyone's a critic, yeah. Unfortunately, the critics are the ones that are usually the ones to reach out. When people are happy and they love your mod, like they won't say shit to you, you know? Like, you don't hear like anything at all. Or you'll get the compliment sandwich, right? It's not even a sandwich, it's like a compliment. Your mod's great. I love your mod. Your mod's fun. Good try, but there's always a but, and then it's like all the negative. It's like, to make it a compliment sandwich, finish it off with being like, but you did a good job, right? You know, you're leaving off my other slice here, my other compliment. Leaving it. So for this, I actually want to do the reverse here. I want to do, if it's less than, then we will just do a simple return. This may actually... I'll return false. There we go. So that may actually cut it dead in the water right there. All right. Can't put it in. Put it in there. Put it in there. Can't put it in there. Good. So it is locked. Now, do I send a message to the player? Do I send a message to them saying that their mana isn't good enough? Shouldn't it say that it requires 55 mana experience, so it's the same as the tooltip? If that's how you're reading it, we need to change the tooltip, because this is magic experience. So if someone just leveled up and they're like, I got 62 out of 100% experience, why can't I use this? It's supposed to be your mana points. Mana from magic experience, 52. Because that's what this is, right? This is your magic experience. And it's 52 mana points. Should I put MP behind the 52? Do you think that would be better? 0 MP, 2 MP. Should I put MP there? 35/54 MP total mana. Would that be redundant? I don't. Great mod doesn't make me dinner. Your mod hasn't given me a single back rub or foot massage. Terrible. Why do you even try? I was telling someone, I'll tell everyone the story here. I was talking to someone on Discord about, and it kind of came to the topic of like, you know, the craziest things you've had. Like, and this was maybe close to a year ago, we'll say. I had a random Discord message from someone who I would have to reread it to get the full context, but basically it was like hate mail, and they were talking about how they personally knew the team. Like they were going to take me to court because they personally knew the team that made the Minecraft mod ViesCraft airships, ViesCraft machines, and my mod was a direct copy of that team's idea, and that they were going to take me to court for it. And I laughed because I'm like, this guy's clearly an idiot. And they got a lot of hate too. They got a lot of issues going on. And I'm like, I never have a team when I make my mods. They didn't. I don't think they realize, like, my in Curse, the only thing I could think of is I'm Vice's on there. There's an extra IS on there because Vice was taken. And now in Vintage Story, because I got on the ground floor, I actually reserved my actual name of Vice. So I don't know if they, you know, why they did it, but yeah, that happened. And I'm just like, lol, look forward to the court date. that was it. Right? Like there are a lot of unhinged people, and unfortunately the internet gives everyone a safety net. Because I guarantee you, if someone came to me in public and started ranting and raving, I'd punch him in the face. I'd knock them the fuck out. And even more so, like, I do boxing. Like, I hit really hard. I take a lot of blows. You know, like, you're gonna be limping away. Yeah, that happened. Normally people just randomly send me messages because they're trying to sell me something. That's normally what it is. Should I put a message in here? That way it shows up in, like, the text. I probably should, huh? We'll do this send player message. I think I just put in the entity and the string. So for the entity, it's going to be player.entity. And I'll just do something generic. Boosh. I don't know. I'll come up with something. I'm just building the roadways here. There we go. Rustbound Magic Boosh. So if you try and put it in, it's gonna tell you. All right. Now I can actually start putting some flavor on all this. Let's do this. I'm gonna need to create a global variable. Actually, a couple global variables. We'll do a public int. I'll say slot 2 max mana requirement. And we'll do a set and a get here. So one, I'll also put it in for one. I will give people the option to completely lock down the Grimoire system until they reached a certain point. And I may actually do that too. Because if you just unlock mana, like a higher level mage can, like, make this stuff for you, give it to you, and then you have everything unlocked. Maybe you should, you know, get your magic up a little. And it's like, what grimoires are going to be cheap enough for, like, a tier 1, you know, a low level 10 max mana mage? What spells are you casting anyways? You must be this tall to ride. All right. So I'm going to put these in here. I'm going to comment this out. We are going to make constants out of these. So everyone gets to see how I make configs. I always start off with, we're going to start off with looking here, and we're going to see what section this would fall into. Probably spell settings. And I will actually have these be some of the first spell settings. So config spell, here we go. I'm going to paste these things in. We're going to make constant out of them. Game's about to be super upset with what I'm doing. I understand. I'm a monster. Throw away the key! And I'm going to put in the values that I want the defaults to be. Right, so this is all I'm doing right now. It's just defaults. I'll do 25, 50. We'll start from the bottom. What should the bottom one be? Probably something high. Let's do like 250. Maybe let's do 200. This one will be 150, 100. There we go. Format everything. So these are what my initial things are going to be. My initial values. And once we have those, we'll move this over here so I could see it. We'll come into here. I'm going to copy and paste one of these. Since these are constants, I need to retype them because they need to be all caps. So I will say slot 1. We're going to reformat this a little differently. I'll say underscore. We'll do max mana required underscore slot 1. That's going to be the format, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, because I do Spellforge and whatever, so I'll do Sanctum and then go right into it, and then yeah, this is the way. Paste. Now it would have worked the same if I had done like the camel case, you know, like that I did. But constants, generally, it's like one of those like unwritten rules. Should probably have a constant string, all caps, use underscores for spacing things out. That way you look at it and you're like, that's a constant, never changing variable. All right, so that's also going to be the name of the config file. So I can paste these in. We need a new description, so I'll say base max, max mana required to unlock a Sanctum's to unlock Grimoire slot 1 in a Sanctum. Bam. I should say minimum. The minimum max mana minus armor bonus. Minus armor bonuses. Okay, so minimum max mana minus armor bonuses required to unlock Grimoire slot 1 in a Sanctum. I will put in my constant string here of 25 as the minimum, or the default. Minimum, technically you could go 0 with it. Maximum, 9999. There we go. And I guesstimate when I put these things in, you know, like clearly if I put a maximum in, you could go above, you could go below. Like, just tell me what doesn't work. If it's too high, I'm just going to point and be like, why did you put 9,999,900 and expect it to work, right? Like, just undo it. Undo what you did. You're breaking everything! We're going to need one for each slot. So that's all a slot 2. This will be slot 3. This will be slot 4. Slot 5. And slot 6. There we go. And I also have to change it here. 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2. And I got to change these for my values as well. So we have 25, 50, 100, 150, 200, and 250. There we go. Save all of that. Now I can finally come back into the sanctum. And we have all of this stuff. I'll say this dot slot 1 maximum mana requirement equals rustbound magic dot config dot, and then it's going to be slot 1 sanctum required max mana slot 1. Oh, and I gotta format this right because this is not. Oh, actually, it is an int. Copy this. Oh, that was the description. There we go. There we go. So basically, if you don't change the configs at all, it's going to use my default values. If you change the configs, I will inherit all of those config options, whatever you want to be parsed through. So this is going to be slot 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now I can come further down. Where was it? Okay, right here. So the required mana, we're still going to have that variable there, but now we will put this in, right? So slot 1 mana requirement for index 1, I'm going to have to do it for... There we go. So slot 1 should be there. This should be slot 2. This should be slot 3. We'll just keep going. This will be 4. This will be 5. This will be 6. So the index should be 5, 4, and 3. And it should just parse all of that stuff through. Instead of boosh, I will say probably msg dot slash world slash, we'll say sanctum slot locked. I'll do a comma, and then we will put in required max mana. I'm going to have to make a localized key for this, but well, and I got to come back to this because I think we have to use another thing if I'm going to parse or put something through. But yeah, all right. So let's go back to. So the config should be fine. I'll move both of these together, kind of hide them. Save all that. We have to go further down. Leave, yep, right in here. And I just have to paste all of that in. There, and it still takes max mana. This, I probably should make a localized key as well. So for this, it's going to be armor references dot mod ID with colon plus. This will also be... Should it be the same key? All right, let's make this key. I'm looking for MSG-world. Here we go. Let's find something that's red already, which will be this. Action failed. Perfect. I'll say message world. What exactly was that key name? You know, I'll have it be the same. I'll have it say the same thing. It should not be different. If you're doing this, you failed to pay attention to something. There we go. And we'll format it here. I don't want it to be like italicized or anything. I want it to be red. I could say, oh, you know what? Maybe they should be different. So I got to tell you, the action failed or failed to. Here, we'll say failed to insert grimoire. You do not meet the max mana requirements. I think I have a section for like block info. Let's take a look for block info. Yep. Thought so. So I guess these will be separate then. I will have one for the block info and one for the world message. There we go. And for this, I guess I will I'll retype it. I'll say requires will pipe in a variable max mana to use. So let's copy this. Scroll down. So right in here, we want to put in our key, which is this key, comma, and then required max mana. So that should work. Let's kind of scroll up. There we go. I wanna send this. Send message with variable. So we'll send this packet. This is redundant anyways. Interesting. So up here, I'm just gonna do RM helper. I made helpers for all this stuff. So we have world, the message, and then I think I have to do this dot to string. Just like that. This dot API dot world. There we go. All right, let's see if this works. Empty. Oh, we got to save and shut down. I just made a bunch of variables outside of methods. We have configs that need to regenerate. We got a lot of stuff. A lot. Build. Successful. Start. Man, half my day's over already. What am I going to do with the other half? All right. Oh, look at that. So it requires max mana, so it has all of our angry red tooltips here. These have been unlocked. I can't use that. Failed to insert grimoire. You do not meet the maximum mana requirements. That's good. Hey, Lieutenant. How goes stuff? It's going pretty well. We're putting in some of the spell restrictions. Here we go. This is pretty darn good. All right. And I have 54 mana, so that would have been unlocked at 25 mana, 50 mana, 100 mana. Let's keep unlocking maximum mana. Let's get to over 100. We'll get close, and then I will put on a piece of armor. And let's make sure that, oh, you know what we also have to do? This is just for your experience. I want to also include a meditation insight as well. I should probably put a default value in here as well. So we'll say this plus this. Here we go. Yeah, stuff's going pretty well. Hope you're having a good day. There we go. So I want to use a combination of your player mana and the researched mana through spell meditation. Or meditation insight. So combo of those two things. And I will copy this if statement. And we have to put it down here in the second check right here. Bam. And this should be a 4-player. Fireball that in. So it should read the same, except it's not anymore. It's not reading the same. Why is it not reading the same anymore? Oh, duh, because this needs to be greater than or equals to. That's right, it's a reverse check. There we go. That does it. I'm doing pretty good. That's good. All right. I don't need the. I can do this one. It says empty. I can do this one. It's unlocked. This one's locked. Requires 200 max mana. I wonder if I could change the highlight color of these. You know what? I can't, because I think it's a global thing for blocks. It's not really a per selection box thing. That's too bad. Because I'm like, I could outline it in red. that way it looks mean, right? And then I can like do like a bright blue or something outline for the others, but I don't think you could do that. I'm quite happy. Got a unit in a Limbus company based on one of my favorite abnormalities. Funeral of the Dead Butterflies. You got a unit? Like you mean you got like a place to live kind of unit? Is that what you mean? Or did you get like a book or like a, collectible or something? Funeral of the Dead Butterflies. That sounds kind of like a ghosty thing. I'm kind of curious. I'm like looking at the chat now. I'm like, I need to know. I need to know what that is. Let's see. Let's do some tests. Because I'm right on the cusp of 100. Actually, I could use this one more time. Let's get to 99. Still gonna be locked. Yep, still locked. Let's put on, actually, with the mana. Yeah, because I'm at 97. I need to put on a better piece of equipment. Let's get some pants. Let's get some green pants. Oh, you're failed the soul bind. Your magic tier is too low. Your magic tier is too low. I think I gotta fix that, huh? Yeah, all this stuff still, it's locking it by magic tier. Let's fix that. This is gonna be item soulbound? No, item wearable. That's funny. You don't have the right magic tier. See, that's commented out. And I'm just looking for the path, so it may be something in here. So the tier equals 4. So that tier is referring to, like, what the name is. And then I'm trying to consume the mana. Because see, like, I thought all this stuff was, like, commented out. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. And this is like the main. There's probably something minor that I missed in here. It's gotta be. Insufficient mana. Okay, so it could be something in here. Soul binding interrupted. Okay, so we're gonna step through. We're stepping through. So you gotta stay sneaking. Stay sneaking. If it contains dash tier 4, send a message. Unable to soulbind magic tier too low. Oh, if the item. So if you're sneaking and it contains tier 4, 3, or 2, else tier 1. Interesting. I need to propagate all this stuff through. I think I know how to fix this. So this would have to check for tier 2 based on mana costs. Tier 3 and then tier 4 of the armor. This would be a 4, a 3, and a 2. Alright, now let's try. Insufficient mana, that's what I want to see. Yeah, because my mana is not high enough for that. Because I think my max mana has to be like, I think it needs to be over 100 to use the better stuff. This costs 70, and it gives me 25 mana. Perfect. There we go. And it's green! Boom, baby. Alright, let's put that on. So, artificially, my mana is now 124. 27 mana from armor bonus. No meditation insight. 97 max experience. Still locked. Good. Now, let's meditate on an obelisk. Because that should give us 5 maximum mana. Obelisk. Boop. It's researchable. Let's go down to meditation. I love those particles. I love how they kind of like billow out like a fog. All right, I'm meditating. Let's look at it. Boom. So now I have 129. So we have 97 max mana from the mana experience. Meditation Insight, we have 5 max mana, and then the armor bonus is 27. Whoops, and I'm meditating too much. My stability is gone. That's fine. I could put it in. So it is calculating both. Let's take off the armor. I should still, yep, I could still do it. So it is not, yeah, it's not, that's interesting. There you go. So it's working as intended. Which means I can now restrict these slots as well. I don't necessarily need the colors in there anymore. So I can kind of make this more generic. And now actually, I could go back to having the border color being whatever the magic tier is of that spell. I'm quite happy. Oh, okay. Oh, Limbus Company is a video game. Unit is a character. I got you. Also, sorry, stream was like a 30-second delay. Need to refresh. Just saw your response. Apologies. Seems my internet's been dying. Oh no. You could have people trying to like use your internet too. Be a lot of things. I work in IT. I get a lot of stuff. Got to make internet work for everyone. That's cool though. All right. See, when you say unit, I have friends overseas, and usually like a unit, a flat, right? It's an apartment. So that's cool. And then you're talking, the way you're talking about it, I'm like, it sounds like a spooky thing. It's almost like, hey, I got an apartment in this this haunted hotel where, you know, blah 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 happened, and I got a unit. I'm living there now, right? Living the dream. My mind is already in Halloween mode. Give me pumpkin spice everything. All right, so this works. Let's redo the staff UI here. And yes, I did. Yeah, I got what you sent, Lieutenant. Or not, God. Lunatic. I'll get that name. I'll get it. And I see my 2 books here. Perfect. All right, let's change this texture. We'll do the texture first. There we go. So what color do I want this to be? Maybe I can make it all like teal, maybe. Let's just kind of look at colors. I don't want to make it black and white, right? I want it to be like, I could do blue. It could all be, but no, but the border will be blue. Maybe yellow. Maybe a nice like yellow. Green, blue, and purple are off. I could do like orange, maybe. Where's my teal? I can't really do teal, huh? Maybe yellow? Yellow. We'll see what this looks like. Copy. Paste. Paste. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. We'll give it a try. We'll see what it looks like. Could be good, could be bad. Little of this, little of that. See how the misunderstandings came about. You do much on the .NET side for making life easier on the IT side? Or more scripty like PowerShell, Python? So I work in network infrastructure. So I program, I set up like wireless, wired network, you know, IP routing, firewalls, things like that. So your core infrastructure is what I keep alive, which means I'm also used to, you know, anyone from like server guys, you know, those guys that are running scripts and stuff, or trying to do backups, or vendors, you know, any kind of security alarms or whatever it is. Their stuff, their guys normally don't know how their own stuff works, so they always point the finger at our network first, right? And it's always up to me to prove to them that it's not our net. It's great. It's wonderful. All right. Let's do a reload. And I just know like programming languages and stuff too. Like, and that's part of it too. It's like, you know, you're talking about like running scripts. It's like I've done that before because some VoIP systems, the appliances usually suffer from memory leaks. So I had created scripts that would run on the server that would reach out to the VoIP appliances through IP and then issue not a full reboot to put stress on the power supplies, but a warm reboot just to refresh the hunt groups and, you know, the voicemail that's, you know, held on there and keep it running fresh, right? So it's like, yeah, you know, like if it calls for it, I do that stuff too. I do anything to make my life easier. If I can stop people like once a month being like, hey, you know, we're not able to receive calls, or I can't check visual voicemail or whatever, then, you know, a script was well worth it. Setting it up was well worth my time. Right. This is looking pretty good. Let's take a quick look here. The yellow does look better. Let's change these colors again. Let's put them back to the border color is going to dictate the tier. So where's my staff UI? Where'd it go? Is it over here? No. I must have closed it out. Let's open it back up. Spellcasting. I'm going to pop this out because this is a little long to read in a tiny window. So what I need to do is take the spell tier information again. There we go. So I think I just want to do this. For all of my spell slots. This would be 5, and then this would be 6. We can get rid of these if statements here, because I no longer need to try to restrict based on the staff that you have. So really, the big bonus of the staff is going to be pure spell haste. You want to cast spells like 50% faster, then get the Archmage staff, right? Let's reload. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. I think I have to tone the brightness of those colors down too. You know what? I will actually use the texture for Arcanus to make those borders. There we go. So that is a tier 3 spell. This is a tier 2, so I probably have to reseat these. There we go. Nope. Inferno! So let's see what I did wrong. What did you mess up? Did I just close it out? I just closed it out, didn't I? Shoot. There we go. Let's pop it back out. There, make it full screen. So Madge. Oh, technically it was right. I forgot to change the slot names. So let's slot 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. So things being grayed out. Now I have to re-update. There we go. Oh wait, this is even though it's Inferno 1, it is a tier 3 spell. Yeah, that's a tier 3 spell. Fireball is a tier 3 spell. Let's get out a tier here. Cold Snap 1's a tier 1 spell. So let's put that. Oh, I don't have any other slots unlocked. There we go. So green, tier 1. Purple's tier 3. Blue's going to be tier 2. Sweet. Let's change those images, because I don't like how it's all one straight color. I know why I did it, because I didn't know if it was going to be something I liked. I like it. So let's change it. I think it's this, right? So that's 0. There we go. Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. I could make a thicker border around it, too. Yeah, even though I'm using the 2 colors, it feels like it's not enough. All right, let's pull up the items. Arcanus Normal, Primal, and Seraphic. These are darker. Maybe it'll look better darker. There we go. So that's going to take a snapshot of just the color I want. Paste. You know what? I kind of like it. We'll see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like. Merge, delete that, save. We'll just see. Could be great, could be bad. So I think later today I will write up the guides. Oh, you know what? We got to change the achievements. I forgot. I got to bump things out. I think I'm running out of icons in the guidebook. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that color. Let's propagate it. I may brighten it like a little tiny bit. May make it a little brighter. But I like that. So we'll do the same thing here. And I'm actually going to copy this. We're going to open up a new one. I'm going to paste it in. And we're going to do a rotate here. Copy. Paste it back in. I want it to feel a little more randomized. Copy. Paste. So that is the blue. Again, I think I got to make it lighter. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like. Because the other one was too bright. Paste, 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 paste. There we go. Let's take the whole thing, copy, paste it in. This one, I'm going to do just a 90-degree rotate. Should be fine. Randomize it a little bit. Copy, paste, delete, save. There we go. All right, let's see what the icons look like. Let's get a tier 1, 2, and 3 spell. Let me get a light. Lantern. There we go, mana lantern. Better. Boop. All right, so Rust Orb 1, Fertilize 2. That may be a tier... Yep, that's a tier 2 spell. There we go. So we're going to have a tier 3 spell, a tier 1 spell, and a tier 2 spell. And these are the icons. Oh, I forgot to reload. Already, I think I got to make them brighter. Not by much. Maybe... well, I say not by much, and then I was going to say like 30 to 40% brighter. So I guess by much. There we go. Yeah, they need to be bright. The blue and purple need to be brighter. The green may actually be okay. So if that's the case, let's pull these back up. Hue saturation. Save. And you do the curves. Save. The green, I'm going to keep. Reload those images again. Although, now that I took a second look at it, I kind of like the darker. Just right before the reload, I took another look. I'm like, you know what? It actually doesn't look that bad. It just looks off because the other one's too bright. Okay, you know what? That does look better. Okay. All right. So that works. Oh, you know what? I should also change the top color here as well. If it's tier 3, it should be purple. Tier 1 should be green. Let's do that. I believe it's this stuff here. No, it's not that. It's not that. It should be in here. Yeah, see, so this is per staff, which is not really what I'm going for anymore. So since I have the Spellweaver staff, that's coming up blue. That's why that's blue. Instead of doing that, let's change all of this to make it to where we take a snapshot of... Let's use the same colors. Come back up here. Copy. Yeah, I'm not liking any of how I'm doing this here. Any of this stuff. What I need to do is just a constant static image. Within this static image, let's break up this string. And then we will take a look at the spell. Copy paste. Instead of getting a specific spell slot, I will say currently selected name. So basically, I'm going to look at the spell dictionary of all registered spells. I'm going to take the name of the spell that you have selected, and then I will get that tier. And then from there, we will pull up the correct image, which means all of this can now get commented out. We're going to have to do the same thing for this. Now, I may need to update the images themselves, but this should work pretty well. There we go. Boom. All right. And it looks like these were using the same bounds. Okay, all of this can go away now too. And it should dynamically shift based on a 1, a 2, or a 3. Fertilize, fireball. So it is doing it, but I gotta shift the colors up one. Where were they? Dialogues. Selected spell info tier. Dialogues. Selected spell info tier. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Copy. You know what? I want to copy this. I'm going to make that tier 0. Copy, paste. That will be tier 1. Copy, paste. That will be tier 2. Copy, paste. That will be tier 3. Tier 4 remains the same. Save, save, and save. Close, close, close. Start closing all of this extra stuff out. There we go. I'll leave that one up. So I will copy this, make a new layer, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Merge these layers down. Copy this old one, paste it there. I'm just like shifting things around. Let's close this. Don't save. File, save all. There we go. No, I gotta merge these down. There we go. File, save all. There. Now I could keep the game running. We'll fireball it in. I'll do a reload of the textures. So now the icon at the bottom should match the stuff up top. And it should be tied to the spell tier, like the Grimoire tier. And this is just like extra flavor, right? Here, you gotta send this text. There we go. All right. So I have a tier 2 spell. That's tier 1. That is tier 3. This transmutation, making it white, I guess that's fine. Because that's an innate spell. So, there you go. And then no spell. You know what? I don't like the bottom icons anymore. Maybe they should go back to being, you know, to like matching the top here. maybe they should go back to matching the top. I don't know. it's just brighter up here, right? Although maybe they just need to be brighter in general. Let me try that before I go messing with things. All right, let's make it a lot brighter. There, I'll try that. Copy. Whoops, didn't mean to merge things down. I meant to delete it. All right, let's make this one brighter as well. Oh, you know what? Maybe not as bright. Let's try and make it more vivid. That could have been it. Maybe they just needed to be a little more vivid. You know, that purple does need to be a little brighter too. There we go. All right, green, you're next. Maybe it doesn't work for the green. Let's try and make it brighter. Now let's try to... Oof. Eek Murma Durkle, man. This green's put me in a bad place. We'll try it, whatever. It could look good. It's being shrunk down quite a bit anyways. Save, and save. Make sure I don't have a text waiting for me. Nope. Alright, let's see if it looks a little better. Then we'll move on to something else. Oh god, what more are we gonna do? It's like I'm running out of things to like fix or adjust without feedback. I do need to do a full audit of the items in the survival handbook. I know there's some entries that need to be updated. I just don't remember which ones are which. Really, it's just like guidebook stuff at this point. You know what? The brighter colors, that did it. I think it looks good now. That's good. That's good for the alpha. Fireball! That's interesting. Oh, I didn't make fireball. I didn't propagate the move while casting to all my spells. So really, I just need to add this variable, or this, this variable here, to things like Fireball 3. I gotta do that for, like, all the spells. You know, and it's not gonna work until the game shuts down and comes back up. So I'll gracefully shut down. Ah, man. That's right. I totally forgot to do that. See, this is what it is. All right, so fireball. Oh, actually, it looks like it didn't. Oh yeah, duh, because I gotta shut fully down. The spell dictionary gets created once when the game starts. After that, the variables do not get changed in the spell dictionary. That also means if you try to change your configs for like spell mana costs or whatever, you need to restart your server or your game to have those effects, you know, take effect. I want to actually play a video game. I've been spending all my free time, the little free time that I've had, on like working on the mod. I think I actually want to play something. There we go. Now we can move and cast the spell. Wow. Do the icon. Head pat. You deserve to play a game, Vice. You can have fun too. Sweet. So this whole system's working. You know what? For the Sanctum, I put that poll up there. Seems like people want a multi-block structure. The second half of that, I don't think anyone's going to tell me what should a multi-block structure look like. Toss the alpha out to the unwashed masses and go binge something. Yeah, you see, the thing is, like, when I toss the alpha out, my workload increases a lot. Like, there is no just tossing the alpha out, because now it's like everyone's coming to me with every little broken thing, and I'm gonna spend like a couple weeks just ironing out any crashes or anything that come up. So I will not be doing that yet. Not yet. Soon, TM, but not yet. Oh, I gotta add things to Meditation Insight too. Soon, trademark. Oh. All right. Let's work on other things. So I need to make myself a note off stream to open up all the spells that should be cast while moving. Maybe like Blink, right? I think Blink would be a good spell to like cast while you're moving. right? So if we come down here, you know, you got like Blink, and in the same vein, Riftwalker probably should also do that. The projectile spells, the attacking spells, all of them absolutely should. See, that's the thing. Like, I'd have to go through all the spells, see what's a projectile, what's what. But I'll at least do it for those couple. Let's write myself a note. That way, when I'm not streaming a little later today, I could just go through every spell. In every spell, check to see if the spell should be instant cast. There we go. Move while casting. All right, so I'll do that later. Let's take a look at this because I wanted to pump this out a little bit. And I'm also thinking about it. Should I like consolidate some of these things? Because I'm going to run out of icons here. And I may have to start putting icons on the other side. I just don't know if that's going to be too much for people. Like if they're not even going to look over here and see that there's an icon. Right? You know, I was just thinking what I could do with like hover text stuff. Because I can have it to where, like, if you hover over this, it highlights on the other side. It's like, but how much extra do I have to put in for you to look at something? You know what I mean? Like, at some point, I'm going to have to rely on the people using the mod to, like, read the text, right? To, like, put colors together, put symbols, right? If you're looking at this, and then you see there's a new icon over here and it says Magic Basics when you hover over it, you know, and you click on it out of curiosity and it's a guide, right? Like, there's got to be some things where, you know, like, it's like wearing pants in public, right? Like, our minimum standards. Because I'm thinking, I have to shift all of this stuff down. So I want to have a section before you unlock magic that is like this, right? This should be the magic introduction. And it's like rifts in the world, right? Finding rusty dust, peering through the veil, right? How to unlock magic, blah, blah, blah. All of this should be done for, like, this should be something everyone can read. If I don't know magic and I pick up this book, I get the first achievement, which would pop this, which would unlock the thing over here. Always accommodate to the lowest common denominator. Yeah, you can't do that, Law. You don't know how low the pool goes. Like, you don't know until you stood in a puddle and not got your feet wet. Like sometimes it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So it's like, is it worth all the effort, right? It's like you keep going. You will find out. You will find out the answer. But I think this helps tremendously right here. Like, as you unlock things, you know what? Let's go into the other world. We fixed a lot in this world. Let's go back into the creative world. Oh, I still have to put in rituals for upheaval. The ritual to make the caves underground. So much to do still. So much I want to do. But they're not needed for alpha, but they are on the list. Man, I gotta shave. I gotta tame this beard. Let's go a little faster. Right, because I kind of tested a lot of this stuff. This stuff works pretty well. Let's perform this ritual. I don't remember if I set it to like eat the plant. You know, that's the other thing I wanted to do. I want to put a 10% chance to not get a plant back when you harvest. Let's go to the Rift Blooms. Block. Rift Bloom. Plant. There it is. All right, so this is if it's unstable. You have the unstable chance drop rate, which is a configuration. It feels good, man. Okay, here we go. This is kind of what I want to do here. I want it to be like I want it to be a random. So 1 to 101, which it's something there's been a lot of confusion with this stuff. So I will say it on stream. As I understand it, when you do like a random next, right, and you're doing like a whole number, the minimum number is the first number it starts with. So if you put in a 0, it starts counting at 0, 1, 2. So if you want to do a 1 out of 100, you should put a 1 in there so you start at 1. And then the second number is actually, that's your maximum, but that number is not used. It's a less than. So if you just put 100 in here, you would actually have a 1 out of 99 chance, right? It's not a true 1 out of 100. So if you see something like this where I have like 101 doing randoms, it's because I want a 1 out of 100 chance to get something, right? That way I can calculate my percentages pinpoint. So I want to throw that out there. Usually you see something like this when you're like, you put in I want a random number between 1 and 4. And then someone puts in like a 0 and then a 4, and they're like, I'm getting between 0 and 3. It's like, that last option's never being looked at. That's why. So I should probably create a new config option for this new drop rate that I'm putting in. So we're going to start with making the constant variable. So I will say item Rift Bloom seed drop rate, and I'll say transmutation. I'll divide it up. If I'm making a config anyways, knife. I will have those both be just a static 10%. 10% chance. Now we have to go back into here. We'll do underscore knife. Knife and knife, and then we'll do underscore transmutation. It's funny, I was looking at like configs. I think my magic mod here has the biggest config out of like any mods that I've seen in Vintage Story. Like just the size of it, it's like, oh, mine's like 69 KB. The one in second place is my Vice Machine mods at like 40, and then third was like Can Jewelry at like 17. You know, something really low. I try to give like as many options to people as I can. And I do that because I hope that like when people are testing things, like it's one thing to just walk up to me and be like, oh man, you know, the drop rate on Rift Blooms are horrible. Right? And it's another thing to be like, hey, go into the configs and find the value that you like, and maybe tell me what the value is, right? Just have to be like, hey, you know what? It seems kind of bad until I changed the drop rate from like 20% to 10%. But that hasn't happened yet. No one has done that. Oh, you know what? This is actually wrong. This is supposed to be 25%. There we go. And this is 10% and 10%. See, so I should say seed will drop. Percent chance a Rift Bloom seed will drop when harvesting a Rift Bloom with a knife. They're harvesting with transmutation. Percent chance a Rift Bloom seed will drop when harvesting a Rift Bloom with the spell transmutation. There we go. Boop. Now that I know, I will. Yeah, I mean, and you know, and I've gotten people like, "Oh man, can you make it to where you can move the mana bar?" It's like, yeah, look at the configs. You got like 3 different positions you can put that mana bar in. Like, have fun. I remember that I did want to edit the drop rate for temporal fragments before while I was playing the mod, but couldn't find anywhere in the config, so I started resorting to finding the mod file somewhere. Couldn't help it. Yeah. Depending on the version that you had, like I had it to where you were creating. I moved away from having temporal fragments drop to like creating temporal fragments, right? So it was more like for batches. Now I'll give you an example. We'll look at the configs because I've been kind of redoing things a bit here. So if we go into, is it block settings? Let's look at like World Magic, for instance. Right, so now I have all the major rituals, right? And then really it's like a reagent cost, right? It's kind of hard to be like, well, use less runes on the ground. Like that's not going to happen. But if I can change the amount of like runes that you need, and you look at like Orebringer, right? Orebringer's going to have 3 options. You can change the amount of the Arcanus ingredient, like the reagent itself, the depth, the range for each tier, and then the amount of ore that's brought up, right? So you can kind of customize all of that stuff. You know, going further down, it's like, okay, well, what about making things in batches, right? Number of batches of flax fibers that you can exchange in a single ritual creation feather, right? And that's per tier. So like the more, you know, so you can customize, like if you use a torch, it's a 1-to-1. You know, it only does 1. If you use a mana torch, you could do batches of 4. If you use a mana lantern, you could do batches of 16, right? But you can choose. You can also choose the amount of the reagent too. So I'm making it to where you can like really customize things, you know, where it makes sense. All right, so let's go back up here. So these are the different drop rates. So this should be drop rate underscore knife. And I'll copy that. And I will also do it here. So I remember doing this. So you cannot harvest Rift Blooms when they're immature, like when they're not mature. You can't harvest them. I had it before where you could like harvest it when it was like a little, like not a sapling, right? But a little, you know, when it was like mid-size and it would only give string. I did get rid of that. So these are only valuable to you if it's the full-grown plant. Other than that, if you break it, you'll automatically get your seed back. I won't put the termination kind of restriction on it. I think that's kind of too much. That's overkill. But if it's a full-grown Riftboom plant and you harvest it, you'll get the randoms here. And actually, I boosted it a little. So if you harvest with a knife, you have a chance of getting between 1 and this is kind of like that thing. Should I bump it? Should you get... No, you should get between 1 to 2 rusty dust and or shifting fibers. Let's pull up the transmutation spell and then do it the other way here. Transmutation. Look for Rift Bloom stuff. Scroll down. So this would be spawning items. So this is going to be different. So it's not really me dropping a seed. I need to look at the random here. So how am I doing random? RNG. This world random. So we'll roll. I personally love going in through configs and tailoring mods to fit my way of playing and fun. Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, sometimes I want more of a challenge. Maybe sometimes I want easy mode, right? Maybe I don't agree with, with like how restrictive something is from the mod. And by changing that one thing, if it makes the mod the best mod I've ever played and I'm happiest that I've ever been, it's worth it. It's worth it. You know what I should do? This whole random thing shouldn't be done here. We're going to cut that out. We're going to go into the spell transmutability here. And I could just say if let's get the block. So I'll say block in dot code dot path dot contains Rift Bloom dash... Yeah, if it contains Rift Bloom. Then let's do a random. Else. The else will preserve the old code. Because I don't necessarily want to change it for anything else but a Rift Bloom. This is going to have to change to world in... World in let's copy this, paste this in here. The block ID would be 0. And everything else remains the same. So now we're going to reload the game. I'm going to get a field and we're going to test this out. Oh, you know what? I need to gracefully shut down because I just made configs that we did not generate yet in the config text. Variables outside of methods. That whole chestnut. What am I going to have for lunch? I could make myself some sushi. Next time, though, I got to buy some cucumber and avocado. I thought I wanted to just make crab rolls. No. I mean, it's good, but it's definitely missing something. Let's rebuild. I'm kind of hoping, so I didn't want to say anything because now it becomes a deadline once you say something. I'm hoping to have a released alpha of this mod. I would like to maybe to like a select few people who would want it, that I would know, right, that would give decent feedback, right? But just like, because I'm going to be going on vacation starting next weekend, and I'll be gone for a week. So I wanna put something in and be like, hey, you know what? If you want to play like the mod and you're excited about it, just know that some things will be incomplete. There will be crashes, but you know, like the whole like workflow should be done for the most part. Like, play with it while I'm gone. Tell me what's broken, you know, like what feels good about the spells, right? I already know, you know, like mana costs, maybe they're going to be weird. I don't know. But, you know, it's like, just when, you know, and when I get back, like, I'll have like a list of things and I can quickly like fix a handful of things. Like, hey, there's a crash every time you wear a top hat and, you know, sit in a chair, or like whatever it may turn into. Just know that the guides will not be 100%. And I'll also leave some things enabled for funsies, like my creatures here. I'll leave these in the game, so you can actually, you know, Mr. Fuzzy Nuts. We'll put Mr. Doctor Fuzzy Nuts. Here we go. Right. So if you want to have your familiars, or you know, like, I'll leave all that stuff in, because I think this system may just about be working anyways. Dr. Fuzzy Nuts. Don't leave me. But yeah, you know. And of course he goes to sleep. I'll let you just stay there. You know, you stay there. But yeah, that's I think that's what I'll be doing. Let's make it daytime. There we go. All right, so I should be able to harvest this with a knife. And there should be a 10% chance that I do not get seeds. I did not get a seed there. No seed. No seed. Time break. This is why we test. All right, let's go to the block. The drop rate for the knife. Oh, I made it a 10% chance, not a... Oh, I got it. Hold on. Whoops. Let's make that 90% chance. Oh, I messed that up. Whoops. My fields are disappearing. That first harvest, I only got 10%. There we go. That's better. That's better. Edit code. Yeah, it's going to be upset because I changed a couple constants. We're just going to shut down, pretend that didn't happen. I'm going to go into vintage story data. Mod configs, because now the default doesn't matter because it already generated the config. We'll delete that out. I'll do one last build arena. Anyway, we'll play this song. That's good that you tested it then. Yeah, I normally try, right? Even if it's just like a quick spot test. Like, did what I just put in make sense? And I usually, you know, 50-50 chance I find something like that, and it's like, oh, my logic was different, right? Then this is, I'll show it here. This is what I'm talking about for like all the random mods that I've played, all the configs. If you sort by size, Rustbound Magic 84 KB, my ViesCraft Machines mod 14, Can Jewelry, right? And then you get into like everyone else's mods. So I give people a lot of modding options. Maybe too many modding options. Minimize all this stuff. I gotta make that field again. Of course, it's like nighttime. So that's what I say. Like, I'm confident that my configs are the biggest. They're the biggest. All right. Got a seed. Did not get a seed. Nope. Got a seed. Got a seed. Nope. No. Got a seed. Wait, what am I doing? Whoops. I didn't mean to step through it. Hold on. Let me start that over. GM2. Because remember, it's never going to be exact. So it's going to be either a little above or a little below. GM2. I need to put a set number of plants down, not just random, and then break all the plants and see how many seeds I get. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that should be 5 and 5. So 15. 15. I think that's, you know what? We'll do 20. There we go. 20. Well, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Collect all my stuff. Grab that and that. All right, so I harvested 20 plants. I got 16 seeds from that. 90%. Here, let's do a little math. See what the true average value would be. So 90% of 20 is 18. So the fact that I got 16, I was a little unlucky. But that's within what I would expect. Because again, it is rolling a random number. And this is true RNG. I think a lot of people are like, they think the RNG is fake when you get like heads, 7 times in a row. That happens. That's true RNG, and that's what we're using. So I think it's good, and it's a config option that people can change whatever they want. All right, done. What more? What more am I going to do? I do need to change this, right? So I just picked up the book. I got a Rusty Discovery achievement. You know what? Let's reset. Let's throw the book. And let's do a hard reset. There we go. Remove all magic. Donkey Kong Country 2 has some really good music. Old Rare did a good job. I think, wasn't Rare like bought out by Microsoft in recent years? Nintendo got rid of them. Well, I just picked up the book and got my achievement. There we go. So I don't have mana yet, but this is like what I want non-magic users to see, right? So you got the book in your hand. You have a choice to peer beyond the veil, right? Use a Rusty Dust to unlock magic, or you can acquire a utility block, right? So if you pick up a utility block, I'll give you an achievement for it. Let's pull up like the botanical matrix. There we go, stability stabilizer. Bam. Right? But as a non-magic user, that's all you can do, right? And it's because, I mean, you should be able to use this because you can still have a field. You can still grow these plants. You could sell your rusty dust and, you know, whatever drops to a mage, right? Like there's the bartering there. Or you could use the rusty dust to power your stabilizers or whatever stuff you buy from your mages, right? It's like your electricity. And the more utility blocks that I add, you know, the more use you will have for it, you know, for rusty dust. Or you can make like carpets, right? Like, you know, there's some things you can do as a non-magic user. Oh, I thought of something. Let's shut down. Let's remove magic again and all the achievements. Should I make it to where you cannot unlock magic unless you got that achievement? Should it be a linked achievement? Or should it not be? Because, like, as it sits right now, I've never seen that book. If I pick up Rusty Dust, right, I can start learning magic right away. Should you get the book? Should you start with that achievement before you can unlock magic? Actually, what does it look like? Let me unlock magic right now. Shoot, I can't, you know what? Maybe the achievement won't trigger if I don't pick it up and I admin. There we go. So technically, I don't think I got that achievement. Yep, it broke. So I think I either need to restrict your use of Rusty Dust, or I need to negate this check here. This should not be dependent on this. Maybe it's more independent. So I think that's what I gotta do. Let's go into the achievements. That's what I have to do. I decided. If you want to use the book, great. If you don't want to use the book right in the beginning and you just want to unlock magic, go for it. It's all you. Achievement system. So I need to look for... Oh, where is it? Let's reset everything. Let's reset. Because I'm not seeing the trigger here that I expect. Actually, it was this. I don't have that enabled. I may have put an extra check in the entity behavior for magic. So if your temporal stability is low, I want to give you the achievement. And if you have no temporal stability, oh, Oh, I never included it in here. Because this is a creative world. There's no temporal stability check. So then what I would want to do is this. There we go. Okay. I thought I disabled it. So now I should be able to, I don't have anything unlocked because I didn't pick up the book. Let's unlock magic. So I should get my ding. I should be able to look at the book. The 2 should still be grayed. There we go. But I have started the path of magic, and I have magic basics now. Now, this is one of those things where there's, unless you're, like, adminning things in, there's no way you don't get Rusty Dust Discovery before you get this, right? At least seeing it, because you have to have the book to even see any of this. So you get this by default. It's just not linked. All right, so pick it up. Bam. I love that ding. And there's also something I want to do. My dings are a little too loud, I've noticed. I think when I was keying in the sounds, like triggering the sounds, I adjust my own personal settings so it sounds really good on my defaults, but I think it's maybe a little too loud for like everyone else. So I did adjust it down a little bit. And also I'm up to changing some of these sounds out too. Like, should unlocking magic have its own sound? If so, what sound should it be? Or should getting an achievement be a different sound than the EQ1 ding? And see, since I unlocked magic, now I can acquire like the elemental crystals. Oh, let's make sure that works too. So I have no magic unlocked now. Let's reload. So I want to try and get a like crystal, like a small fire crystal, and make sure it does not unlock the achievement. So yeah, I guess that was the only other thing. I just have the guidebooks to do, kind of, and then just to fix things. The alpha's like done. And of course, like descriptions and stuff would probably have to change. I'll try and get most of it, but I know I'm not going to get it all because I'm human, and this is not a full-time job. So I do this for fun, for funsies. All right, so Fire Crystal, it's beyond your comprehension. That's what I like to see. Son of a biscuit. I don't want that to happen. All right, let's reset. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. If you are a non-magic user, you should not get an achievement for picking up a crystal. Because the thing is, like, you get that achievement, and then it automatically tries to go into, like, elemental attunement. You are not a mage, right? Like, you don't know anything about elemental attunement. To you, it's a pretty gemstone. Super pretty. Holy shit, is that gonna be the same thing with runestone or runic scrolls? It's the same thing. And it would have unlocked that. Yeah, so these should be invisible to you. So copy, paste. So if it's trying to unlock and you do not have the unlock magic, return. Same thing here. So if the achievement is the elemental crystal and you do not have magic unlocked, then don't do it. All right. Let's do one more reset. Little minor bugs. It would still work. You'd still unlock magic. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Oh, looks like I got a text. Oh, will do. Oh, a couple minutes ago. All right. Don't have magic unlocked. I have no achievements. I'm not a mage. I see this scroll. What is this? Son of a bitch! Oh, you got same thing. Damn it! It didn't work. It did not work. I really thought this would have done it. Shoot, maybe my logic is a little mixed up. So if I look through the array and I say, if you don't... Oh, I need to copy these. Yeah, it would make sense. You don't have an array yet. You have a null array. So it may be going in here and then just adding the achievement. And that would happen, well, that would happen for the first one, right? That doesn't... You know what? I can't do that. Can't do that. I think it's going through here. All right, let's take a little look here. So if you don't have the magic achievement, and the achievement is for the elemental crystal return, this should work. We're gonna hot reload. You know what? When something like this happens, we're gonna safely shut down. I'm going to rebuild, and then we'll go back in and see if it's actually working. There could be something weird that gets hung up. It happens every once in a while. Something weird happening. There we go. Succeed. Now let's go back in. Now let's see if that works. I kind of want to play that Ale and Tail Tavern game. That new one that's on Steam. All right, that's what I would expect. Oh, after picking up that, I got a print statement after picking up that runic scroll. Looks like I did not remove my print statement from it. Okay, let's go down. It looks good. Yeah, it does. Like I got to get past, like, when I see a game like that, I'm like, oh, I can only play with a couple people. I get, you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I'd like to run my own tavern. Why not? The old Ale and Tail. Let me plunger some toilets. Bake some bread. Scrape the gum off the bottom of my tables. Get upset at the adventurers. Try and track down which one's being disrespectful. Put X-Lax in their food next time they come. Put the toilets in out of service. Tell them that the bushes are out back. I'd be a great tavern owner. Be perfect. Everyone would love me. They just know never to cross me. All right. Throw those items out. Pick them both up. It's fine. Let me just double check. I'm going to do another removal of magic to make sure that nothing kind of stayed. I also want to play some WoW. Take the old Death Knight around. I just don't know if I want to be Horde or Alliance. It's like I've been going back and forth. Alright, I can pick him up. It's totally fine. I have no achievements. I can pick up the book. Now I can see achievements. Still get nothing. That's what I want. This is all you should see. But I do want an icon over here that tells you how to unlock magic. That was the whole point of looking at all this stuff. Let's pull out a Rusty Dust, unlock magic so we can at least get our first icon. Boop. Peer beyond the veil. You peered into the abyss and shifted your perception of reality. This has been noticed. Wait till Zarathos starts messing with you all. He's coming. He is coming. Just wait. Let's see. There we go. This is what I'm looking at. Okay, so this needs to bump down. I'll need an icon for this. So I need to make a new icon, and then I think I have to shift. I got a lot of things to move. Ooh, maybe not as much. I think I could be clever with how I'm shifting things. So we go into the guidebook. Icons. Yeah, I technically could start at 0. I could start at 0. Let's shut down. Let's gracefully shut down the game. Copy, paste. This will be a major 0. For now, it will be a blank icon. Yeah, this should be blank. Oh, man, my butt. Which means over here, copy and paste, make this a 0 as well. There we go. A blank button. I need an icon for it. We'll figure it out. I also need... You know what? I don't need a black and white image for this because there's no way. If you're adminning this, you'll still see like the guides and everything. There's just no grayed out version of this. Minor 1, yeah, that's actually going to be retired. All right, let's pull this up, make it full screen. I don't need a variable for this. This is actually going to be kind of easy to do. So in here, I'm going to have the bounds for the icons themselves. Okay, so so it's right here. These are the bounds I'm looking for. Copy and paste, so I can make one that starts at 0. And then do like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Save all of that. Now we get to come down. You know what? Before I go down there, It'll be even easier to find if I just select this, do a find. Yeah, I would have been way far down. So right down here, copy, paste. This is going to be the major 0 icon. The element bounds will be 0. That'll be 0, left 0. There we go. And I got to come down here because I got to make its own page. I'll say general. Oh, I do have to eventually make some changes. All right, so I do need to make a bool here. What am I going to call this? General. Copy, paste. General. Got to look at it through here. Copy, paste. This will be general. So this will be the toggleable button. I'll say it's called Unlocking Magic. And I also need a section here. See, this should be section 1. Copy everything. If it reads section 1, put in section 0, put in section 1. Then this will have to be the same thing. So if it's oh shoot. I did that wrong. This should all be section 0. So let's reverse that. 0 to 1. This will be general. So then this, if it's 0, make it 1. 8 occurrences. I just have to shift everything down. And then this is probably all 1, which means it would need to shift up to 2. There we go. Staggering those pages. I think that's everything I need to do. Everything I would need to move. I still have to move things in the config or the language file. But I have to redo the language files anyways, so doesn't matter. Crossbound magic. Starting to get hungry. Starting to get a little hungry. Okay, so this would be the unlocking magic, right? Which would point to the new section. Then this would be the magic basics. Now I'm looking here. It looks like these are both the same icon it's saying. So let's go back. Because I probably messed something minor up here. Oh yeah, duh, I never sorted this out. Whoops. So this would be 0 general. Then this would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. That also means I gotta come back up here. I think there's one more thing I had to change. It was in here. Yeah, duh. General. There we go. So that would be unlocking magic. So you would have your introduction. So anyone who doesn't know magic should see this icon if they want to get the book in their hand. It tells you about unstable rift blooms, rusty dust, temporal stability. So this is like how to unlock magic. Another way where you can get like more information, or you could just look at rusty dust and it tells you how to unlock magic here. So you're going to start to see things in several places. Let me unlearn magic, and then we'll double check to make sure if you don't have magic or any achievements or anything, you can still see this. And then off stream, I'll just have to get like an icon for it. I've been kind of throwing these icons together as it is. No rhyme or reason. It is raining a lot today. Pretty steady. Yep, still see it here. So normal people, you would have to pick up a book or create it. If you create it, it also triggers the achievement. So you would look at your book and you'd be like, oh, Rusty Discovery, this icon and this icon would match. You would see your next step would be to use a Rusty Dust to unlock magic and pursue it, or magic for everyday use, you'd get a utility block. Sweet. I gotta get new images too. I'm lazy. All right. So the only thing that I think I have to do in the manual... Oh, and I also want... So I was thinking of this. I think I want a section on the bottom here. I think when you unlock familiar pets, I think you'll be able to do it through the magic book, right? I want you to be able to open up the magic book and then click a button to go to like that page where you have like a list of your non-combat pet familiars, and then you can like click on it to like summon it, right? And then it would like summon. It'd be your little non-combat pet that kind of ran around and talked and everything, right? Or you could have it sit in a place, like you could have it sitting in your home the whole time if you want. And I think that's how I'm going to do the non-combat pet, the familiar system. And I'd have to put a tag on that says like what pet you have out, that you have a pet out, and that the pet's still alive. I'm not sure how to do that yet, because I don't want you to keep pressing a bunch of buttons and then like spawn like 500 little bears that follow you, right? You should only have one at a time. So yeah, I should put that system in. I kind of want to work on it now. I want to work on spells too. I don't know how much time I have. I really wanted to make the summon portal spell. It's beyond your comprehension. Because I don't have magic. Oh, okay. This is something I want feedback on here. Should, right now, I have spell scrolls locked to magic users. Should non-magic users be able to use a spell scroll? I don't think so. That's like, here you go, you're, person that has never driven a car. Here is a car. Go to the store and pick something. You know what I mean? It's like if they've never seen it, they know nothing about it, right? It's like giving a laptop to a monkey, right? And being like, write me a short story based on these characters. That monkey will try, but he's not gonna. You'll probably get a lot of broken keyboards and feces. You know what I mean? I don't think magic users should be able to use spell scrolls. What does everyone else think? I can be persuaded. All right, good enough argument, or enough people wanting it. I could put it in, but I want to get some feedback. Feedback. There's an interesting aspect of giving a one-use magic item to non-magic users, but in a world, I think it's very much fair to say you have to unlock the ability to peer into that void to manipulate it. That was my thought. You very well constructed, really, really on the point. That was my initial feeling too, right? It's like if you haven't peered, it's one thing to be like, hey, this is a washing machine, or like the botanical matrix. And I know that I have this rusty dust compound, and then I put it on top of this thing, and it lights up and powers on, right? You don't have to have a degree in how electricity works to know if I flip on a light switch, it will turn the light on if everything is working. It's a little different when it's like a spell scroll, and it's like, how do I activate this? You know what I mean? Like, what is this, toilet paper? Better hope that's not the fireball spell you're using if that's the case. I unlock magic at the worst time. So I think since you're the only one replying, I think it'll just stay locked. It is beyond your comprehension to use a spell scroll. And if someone can make a better argument for it, I'm all ears. I also tell me if you think this is a good idea. The good idea, Juno. Spells, like spell scrolls, will be a one-time use thing. Should I make it to where, like, you could have a wand, like you could attach it to a wand, and maybe get more charges out of it? Right, so like you could have like a wand of blink, and you could just pop that bad boy on, and you can cast blink. A handful of times, or maybe not all spells should be like that, right? But I think it would be cool to like just make it like an item, like the staff of water, right? All this basic stuff, right? Like the staff of ignite, and then to imbue a wand with a spell and have it be useful for that spell. Oh, you missed the question? All right, Lol. I will propose this to you. Spell scrolls. Non-magic users cannot use them. Is that a problem? Should non-magic users be able to use spell scrolls to cast spells? Or should that be reserved for anyone who has peered beyond the veil? Lunatic, hey! I think if you're not a magic user, you should not be able to use a spell scroll. How do you know how to trigger that spell, right? How do you know? It's like, how do you know how to cast a spell from a wand if you do not have the capacity for it, right? And I brought up before, it's like giving a chimpanzee a laptop and telling it to write a short story based on these two characters that go to the park. It may try, but again, like I said before, you will probably result in broken keyboards and feces thrown at it. You know what I mean? Like you're not getting it because the ability is not there. You know what I mean? Like, how you don't know what you don't know. There's like the people out there that think the world is flat, right? Like, I've never seen the edge of the world, but I know it's there. Like, yeah, maybe you could infuse into a wand to get anything greater than 1 out of it. Yeah. Like, I like the idea of that, but I mean, what if I just make it to where you can add, like, you can have more charges on these two? Like, I'm trying to think of like fun ways to like use my existing systems. Because I'm thinking of like Blink, right? Blink is an awesome spell. I would love to like run around the world and just have like, even if it's a dedicated tool, whether that looks like a spell scroll, a wand, a sigil, like maybe it doesn't have to look like a wand. Maybe it could be like a little lacrima orb, right? That you can imbue to get like multi-use out of. You had it before where non-magic users could cast spells with magic scrolls. Yes, I did. I liked it for my friends to cast Hydrate. See, and that's the thing. It's like, what use is Hydrate when your friend at low level could have like a watering can? You know what I mean? It's like, and that's why I'm told. So it doesn't make sense because, like, okay, let's say Hydrate does make sense, but what if they get a hold of like the run speed buff spell, spell scroll, or the Fire Nova spell? Like, how are they, you know what I mean? It's just like in my old mod too, like non-magic users could make mana torches and the Nexus, and they could make the staves, they could do synthesis, they just couldn't complete it because they couldn't cast transmutation. But if they had a leyline resonator, they could link things up. Like you could do so many magical things being a non-magic user. And I was trying to like get away from that, you know what I mean? Infusing the wand feels very wizard, but charging up the scroll might be easier. Yeah, I mean, it's just really an image, right? I like the idea of having like a small lacrima orb. This could be like the lacrima of Blink. Or the orb of Blink, or like whatever it is. And it's like you take the knowledge, because if we think of it logically, right? You do whatever you have to do, right? Like I know a spell and I can cast it in my wand. And it's from a grimoire, right? I've researched it. It's a castable spell, and I stand in a thing that when I cast the spell, it takes a snapshot of it and then transfers it into this one-time use parchment, right? Which is pretty much the reverse of a grimoire, right? Because when you have a grimoire, you have your cipher of the knowledge of the spell. You're transferring that knowledge into a magical grimoire to be able to use as a spell, right? So we're just putting it back on paper. So I could take that raw paper, and being a mage, I can right-click on it and bam, right? Like I can trigger whatever the effect is. Lightning. Here we go. You know what I mean? Like I can bam zap. But maybe the next step further is to have that knowledge of the spell, and then maybe like when you infuse it in like the orb, because maybe it gets confusing if it's a wand, because people will see all these wands and they're like, primitive magic, right? Maybe it needs to look like an orb, right? Maybe it needs to look different than the staff, but it's just like, it's another tool, right? Like I make Blink, and maybe I don't want Blink to be on my main bar. Let me pull up a like a magician's staff or something. There we go. You know what? We'll get the Reaper, Orange Reaper, right? Oh wait, I don't have magic unlocked. let me go into the other world where I have it unlocked. Oh. I think it would be a thing of like non-magic users can buy trade spell scrolls from magic users. They could be activated, and it could just be activating the magic already infused in that scroll, or like saying an activation phrase or something. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? You're adding lore to it now, right? Like where your character's saying something, but then again, like put Latin in front of me or another language that I don't know, and see how well I can speak that language, even if I'm reading it from a piece of paper. Even if someone sits down with me, right? 5, 10, 15, half an hour, and they're like, blah, 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 blah. And I just can't say it right. And that's the voice activation that's needed to do this, you know? So no magical input. Yeah, from themselves, they're activating some innate magic itself. Yeah, I get, okay, I can understand the whole, like, catalyst thing, but don't you think it's weird that, like, a non-magic user could use, like, attack spells, right? Because this would be anything. They can open up a portal. Or maybe it's just, is it just me? You know, like, hey, they got this, you know, run speed buff spell. And they right-click, oh, that's not the spell, that's the cipher. There we go. You know, like the fly spell. Here we go. Let's go in GM1, right? Survival. I pick up the fly spell. You know, and then I can now fly around. You know what I mean? Like, should non-magic users have that stuff? And honestly, I'm open both ways. I could see the fact that maybe to activate it, they have to tear it, which is why it's a one-time use thing. And then they can get whatever the benefits are. So, like, but that stuff, it's going to be expensive, right? Like a one-time use spell for, like, the spell fly. You're going to have to already have researched, got lucky to find the fly spell, researched enough to, like, you know, get the grimoire, all the ingredients and everything, reagents in there, the huge mana cost of the spell, taking, you know, doing the ritual, right, to duplicate the spell into that scroll. There's a lot, right? Like, so maybe that would be, you know, like you're basically gonna have to trade diamonds, right? You know what I mean? Depending on the mage. I mean, so should non-magic users be able to use spell scrolls? Like I said, I can see it now. Before, like with me, it was like they don't know, right? The monkey and the keyboard thing, right? You're not getting a short story out of it. But I could see your point if it's something literally as easy as whoosh, boom, the magic happens. You know what I mean? Make sure I'm not missing any chat here. So no magical input from magic users. So it'd be something like non-magic user interface and using a utility block. And Lunatic, I can see that. I can absolutely see that. Oh, I also for sure gave them the run speed scroll. So I mean, some people have, you know, and I could see that being, you know what, here's the other argument for it. You're in an RP server playing with other people. Magic, it's going to be a time investment. You're not chopping down trees, you're not the village, you know, mason, you're not the village blacksmith, right? You decide to go down magic, which is why I want you to cast spells. I want you to work at magic to get better. So you're not like, you know, fresh server 2 days in and you're an archmage sitting upon your floating throne, because then everyone will be one, right? But you put the effort in. You find that run speed spell that no one else found yet, right? Or very few people have. And you have the mana pool and the knowledge to like convert those into one-time use scrolls. you know? Because to you, once you have the spell, it's basically costing you a little bit of your time to, like, you know, set up your little ritual area, right? Or whatever new duplication's going to look like. The mana to cast the spell anyways, a piece of paper, right? Parchment, and that's it. You know, like it's kind of a low cast thing. And then to have rust sickness. That thing's running, by the way. In case no one knew, that thing is on, and it's not good to be around. But you know, I can see I could see it being a thing, you know. I could see it. I could see people using spell scrolls like that. I think it'd be cool to have, like, your own shop, right? I want to be the surly mage, right? That's sitting in his weird little floating tower. To get to my shop, you have to use a mana elevator, right? The mana stream generator to, like, go into my floating building, and I got scrolls on display shelves, and you're like, I'm gonna go on a journey. I want a run speed spell. Give me a barrier spell, and you know what? Give me a couple AoE fireball spells, or you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, they can stock up, and it's one-time use for them, but it's all utility, right? It's like carrying around a little campsite, right? I like the idea now that we're talking about it, right? Like, now that I'm envisioning the whole role-playing part of it, because what are you going to sell magic spells to another magic user? You know, I could see, and you know what? I could make it a config file. Oh, and fly wore off. No. Damn. Yeah, when you do maintenance on these things, you want to, like, stop them. You gotta shut them off to, like, do whatever maintenance you're gonna do. Alright, so yeah, I could totally do it like that. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It could be a default, but it doesn't solve the... but I'm thinking that maybe default, they should be able to use them. You know, why not? I don't think it's necessarily bad, like, because I'm still thinking of, like, the whole role-playing server aspect. Because, like, you get all these mods together, right? And there's some people that are going to want to be like the blacksmith class or the hunter class or whatever, because, you know, there's still other mods. There's still a whole rest of this game. But this is that path of, like, hey, you know what? I want to dabble in some magic, have it tie into, like, the whole theme of the game. You know, I want to be a mage. I think using spell scrolls, we'll put that as the default, yes. Boop. I'm already anticipating doing the configs. Oh, let's shut down. That means my config's gonna get bigger. Woe is me. Vice, do you know your config option is in megabytes now? Excuse me, Vice. So I think this should be in the spell section. So that's the Oculus section, the Spell Forge, spell. Here we go. So these are going to be all like mana costs. Here we go. I do have spell scroll options here, so you could change your cast time, the creation cast time, the grimoire durability. Let's create another option here. So that's going to be item spell scroll. Restricted to mages. There. I like me some large configs. The more, the better. You know what? Oh my god, what am I doing, Bull? I kind of I wanna do like a watch party in Discord. One of these nights. There's this show that I was talking to some friends about. There. But it's like, it's, hear me out. Hear me out. And I stumbled upon it because I like years ago I was at a tech conference for work. And it's, you know, it's like 1:30, 2 in the morning. Of course, I'm not like all the other tech guys. Like, I'm not going out to the bars to like try and pick up women, or, you know what I mean? Like, because this is the thing. Like, anyone who works in IT and you go to those tech conferences, they know the demographic. They know it's like overweight, lonely man, right? So like all the people you run into, they're all like attractive women, right? They got all prettied up, like, oh, I'm the account representative for blah blah blah, you're a Cisco vendor for the area, right? And people go crazy. I don't do that. I actually, in this last conference, I had a backpack. It was like a Zelda backpack. I emptied that thing completely, and I walked to the venue from my hotel room, and I just, like, because they had free soda and things of M&Ms and Skittles, and, you know, they knew their demographic. I smuggled so much food and drink out of that convention. So I'm sitting there. I got like over a 12-pack of random sodas, and I got like all these bags of chips, and I'm playing on my computer. I think I was doing like Minecraft modding, and on the TV, Adult Swim's on. And there's a show that was on where it was like Mike Tyson the boxer in like a Scooby-Doo setting. And it was the funniest shit that I have seen. It was in a long time. It was just like random and hilarious. It was hilarious. So I want to do a watch party and like watch that with people. It's too funny. It's too funny. Can you add a config of Grimoire durability loss on death? That was something I struggled with as a new player. I died repeatedly during a temporal storm and came back to see the one spell that I finally managed and completely gone. Yeah. Let's see here. I suppose we could do that. We could do that. I think I'll put that in spell as well. Wait, where do I have Grimoire settings? I think I have them somewhere. Item block, maybe? Thought I had something for Grimoires. So that's the Oculus, Grimoire RNGs. Should I put it in spells or general? Or blocker items or general? Maybe I'll put it in general. Because it has more to do with your death affecting things. So I will say item spell scroll. No, this should be item Grimoire cost. Durability on death. Thanks. Hey, not a problem. It's good feedback. This is some good feedback. All right, so I need restricted to mages. Item spell scroll restricted to mages. All right. Let's move this over here. Let's save. Oh, what do we got here? 144. I gotta watch something. Hold on. Oh, that's great. That is great. All right. Let's put the options in here. Gotta scroll up to here. So this will be the first one we put in. I'll say item grimoire, durability on death. You know what? It's not going to be in the general. I do have a block and item section. Really, it should be in there because this is an item. So we'll do item underscore grimoire underscore durability on death, or durability loss on death. There we go. That's perfect. I'm going to copy that. Paste, paste, and paste. Amount of durability, a grimoire socketed in a sanctum loses on player death. The default, oh, you know one thing, Lunatic? I may not be able to get random numbers anymore. Although I guess I could put two options in to still, because I do like the idea of having it being a random number. Let me see. Oh, you got more. Having it configs is good, since I know there are people who like the durability loss drawback, so having a customizable idea. Yeah. I mean, let me say it this way. Right now, it's a random amount. Should it be just like a static, 15% chance, or do I really want to mess with 2, and then is that going to be more confusing for people? Since there's also config options in base VS for weather, you drop items on death or not, and this is sort of a similar thing. Yeah, that's true. Can make it a range. So you still think it should be a range? I do like my randoms. All right, I'll make it a range. We'll go back to here. Item grimoire durability loss on death underscore, and we'll say min. Copy paste, so we'll do the same thing for max. And I will do between 5 and 15% durability loss on death. All right. So now that we have those numbers down, you underscore min. Copy. Paste. Paste and paste. This is going to be an int. And I will say minimum amount of durability grimoires I'll say sanctum socketed grimoires. Sanctum socketed grimoires lose on player death. This default is 5. So default 5. Why not 0 to 100? I'm not sure what it would affect, but, you know, buyer beware. There we go. So let's put something in for the maximum now. Let's do max, 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 maximum amount. That's going to be 15. And then the idea is, if these are zeros, then obviously that random number would never be picked, right? Because I could start it at, you know, getting anything from like 1 to, you know, rolling the random, right, from 1 to 100. And if you have zeros in both, it puts it outside of that array range, which would pretty much disable durability loss at all. Yeah, for people who want a static, yeah, they can put the same number in. Absolutely. All right, so now that we have those configs made, oh, you know what? We got to make the other config too. Right, the whole reason we came in here was the item spell scrolls. Copy paste. So this will be the restriction. This has to be a bool. The amount of durability that is consumed. Yep, that's not what I want. Should spell scrolls be used by mages only? Default is a false. See, what am I doing with the variables here? Okay, so I'm elaborating on it. Let me spell false correctly. There we go. So that's what I'm doing. Perfect. You know, I should put in one more config option for that, because I think it may be confusing. A lot of people don't. They don't understand arrays and whatnot. So we're going to put in one more config option here. Because again, right, you do have to think of the lowest common denominator. I can't assume everyone knows arrays and how randoms are actually taken, because this would be a legit thing. Like if you put in 1 to 100, whatever. Let's just say enabled. This will be a bool. And it'll be true initially, right? So you'll have to have this. If this is true, then it can take from these numbers. If it's false, I'll just ignore these numbers and I can just put another cut statement in there that would just check for this and then do a return. Nice and simple. That way I'm not doing multiple number checks to see if the array is null or 0 or empty, right? And then try and do a return based on that. Then I could just, nice and simple. Which means and I'll have to come back up here, copy, paste. This is going to be enabled. Boop. Boop. And boop. This needs to be a bool. Should sanctum socketed grimoires, well, I spelled that wrong, each time lose durability on player death. Default true. There we go. That should make things a little easier. I think it's about time for me to head out. I think the car just pulled in. Oh, did something crash? No! Mine just froze for a little bit. My face was a thing. I bet it was the most handsome pixel anyone has seen in a while. Here, let me double check. Oh, you know what? I guess no one's here yet. All right, we keep going. But I probably do have to, like, go soon. It's gonna be, like, really, really soon. I probably should just go now, but I'll be a little bit more irresponsible. Just a little bit. Okay. So these are done. Now I just have to put in these configs where they go. So if we're looking at durability loss, when players die, that is going to be in the magic knowledge behavior. Should be damage grimoires from spell scroll. That's one thing. Not what we're looking for. It's going to be like on player death. Here we go. Damage grimoire. Oh wait, that's still from the spell scroll. Here we go. Send message. Grimoire destroyed. Get selected spell for casting. You know what? It may not be in this one. It may be in the damage modifiers. Could have it in here. On entity death. Get info text. Shoot, is it not there? It's not in attunement. Maybe it is in here somewhere. I may have tucked it away. Because it would be in here. I zero out your mana. Did you read this? If you did, it was during the freeze. Yeah, I did read that. Wait a minute. So, oh yeah, so now we figure out what happens when someone puts a larger number in. Because, you know, someone's going to do that. Yeah, someone's definitely going to do that. You know, and that's why with the configs, use at your own risk. If you did something and it screwed up, put it back, right? If you don't know what you changed, just start fresh. Do a little at a time. We all had to do it, all right? It's funny that I said this from Spell Scroll. This is actually damage item. This is not true. This should not be from Spell Scroll. I think I found something that's mislabeled. Because I don't see any of the configs in here. So really, this should be damage Spell Scroll or damage grimoire from death. That's really what's happening here. It's weird because my stream didn't have any drop frames during that little blip. Space Marine 2 is just around the corner. Thank you. Game I don't care about. Awesome. Sounds like a shooter game. These algorithms don't know me at all. Still no car. Dang. So for this, so I had between a 5 and 20% chance, right? So this is where I would have to say, okay, let's do rustbound magic dot config dot, oh, I can't do enabled as the keyword. Grimoire, durability on lost, death enabled. Okay, so that's what I want to look for. Let's cut that out. Let's do if. Here we go. And we'll do the reverse. If this is oh, that's just the description. I hate that it does that. There we go. So if it's set to false, right? So if there should not be durability loss, then just return. I don't need to run any of this at all. So it should take no durability. If there is durability loss, this is where I have to put in, so in place of like 5, I would have to put in, here, let's make it an integer, a variable. Int min value equals this. And then we'll do the max value. Just so I'm not like putting this whole big thing in numerous places. Right, so everywhere there's a 5, here, 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 4, 5. Oh, we gotta add one more here. This should be slot 5, random 5, modify 5, random 5, random 5. I added. There are now 6 spell slots, so the you can hold more spells and cast more spells with grimoires. This would not have taken any durability from that last slot. Hydrate, check posture. Posture. There we go. And hydrate, get a little more Mountain Dew. Probably the last of it. Man, that's good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this should fix our problems here. There we go. So now it should be all configurable. You could shut it off completely if you want. Config's done. Save. I'm going to come back in here. I want this to be 20. That should be, that's what the old default was. I'm going to put the old default back on. People could change it anyways, right? There we go. So that config option's in. Now the other option's going to be pretty easy. What I need to do is open up these spell scrolls. Where are my spell scrolls? Here we go. Item tool spellcasting. On interact start, before anything happens, let's put the if statement in. And let's get the spell scroll restricted to mages. So if it's restricted to mages, run this code. Right? So if only mages can use it, then we're going to look to see if you have magic unlocked, right? If you don't have magic unlocked at all, that's when I'm going to send this as beyond your comprehension and then stop. If this is set to false, which is the default, then it skips this whole thing and we'll just cast the spell. Build. I definitely want to do that watch party. You know what? Maybe I'll do it tonight. I got a lot of free time today. So let's hop into this world, right? So I should be able to use those spell scrolls, being a non-magic user. Oh, I'm in the wrong world. You know what? This is perfectly fine. All these are 100%. 94, 86, yep. It didn't crash. Nothing happened there. And it should have taken a random 5 to 20% chance. Pick up all my stuff. Yep, so that's 86, 94. Yeah, that would have taken 6%. 86. So two of them were the same. You gotta love random numbers. Oh my gosh, I love it. All right, good. So that's still working. Let's go into here. I don't have magic unlocked. I should be able to pull out a random spell scroll. You know what? Let's blow up a corpse. Let's have fun with it. We're gonna do something. Still not there. Dang. And then I think after this, we will find someone to raid. Bam! The old banhammer. Okay, Thunderbolt. Oh, so it's not telling me anymore. So I must have another place that I'm doing those restrictions. Let's go back into the spell scroll. Let's copy this. And let's look for more of this. So that's getting all of that information. On cast start. So that's the elemental modifiers. That should have started the particles, which that didn't do anything like that. Am I doing... Current spellcasting timer text only. Let me make sure I don't have this like reversed. Hold on. What's my default option? It's not restricted to mages. Oh wait, this isn't even a spell scroll that I'm trying to use. Oh my gosh. Spells. I don't know, let's pull up I don't know, whatever. Run speed buff here. Or, we'll do agility. Why not? Okay, so this item's beyond your comprehension. So maybe I had it right the first time. Move that. Where'd it go? Oh, too many windows open. Main menu. Nope, that's the casting tool. There we go. Yep, so I cast the buff on myself. It did not give me a cast bar, but I don't think it's going to give you a cast bar because you don't know magic. Banned! The humanity. Little velocity, we'll try that spell. Boom, baby. That spell is so good. Now I just got to put the super jump spell in and... All right, so you can use them now. You can use them. And this logic does make sense. Yeah, if it's restricted to mages, then run this. Okay, that makes sense to me. Whew, let's close all tabs. Oh my god. I just saw flashes over here on this screen. I had so many things open. Like, my computer just went like... Alright, I think I'm done streaming. They're still not back, but I'm hungry. I'll probably pop into Discord. I'll have it up. Any other configs or anything that people can think of? Now's the time to pitch it to me. As you can see, it doesn't take me long to like do this stuff. You know, it's just I'm not thinking about doing it because I'm thinking about the 1,000 other things that I want to do and or have to do. Oh, you know what? We got to do one more thing. Because the spell scroll here, it's still saying this item's beyond your comprehension. So, let's pull that spell scroll back up. Let's fix that. Where is this? Spell scroll! Spell scroll! So this is the if statement I am looking for. Get item held info. I'll do an or. You know what? Wow, I typed that in totally wrong. So if this is restricted to mages... I'll do something like this. So this is the whole, yeah, so if it's restricted to mages and you do not have magic unlocked, then I'll have you do that. Let's cut all of this. We'll put it in the else. I will do the simple checks here. Grab all of this. All right, so I do want all of that. Oh, another thing too, as you create spells, I also put your name in there, the mage's name. So you'll be able to see it says like made by and then whatever your player name is. I had to do that. You got to have your own branding on your stuff, right? Where'd you get that run speed buff from? Oh, Vice. There we go. Let's grab a spell scroll. So I can cast, but it's still saying that. Oh, this is another spell that I apparently have to fix. Element Frost. All right, I'll do that. I'll do that later. Can we just skip? Can we continue? There we go. Oh, wait. Frostbite isn't even done. That spell wasn't even complete. That's a work in progress spell. Yeah, WIP. Jeez. Here we go. So I can cast this spell. Rapid Shot. Perfect. I got to reverse the logic, I think. There we go. Created by creative mode. Which also means... Your senses sharpen. My armor apparently returned to normal. I guess that buff wore off. Oh yeah, you have like particles around you now. When you have like a buff going. So you'll see there's like something going on with you. Thanks for the stream, 4-hour stream. Yeah, it's definitely been a long stream. My butt's getting sore. My butt's tired. Let's take a look at all this. So I don't need this part here. Made by creative mode. I gotta start clearing up some of this code, cleaning it up a little bit. Alright, so let's save that. Fireball this in. There we go. So made by creative mode. That's not bad. I think that's gonna do it. Just to be sure, I suppose. Just to be sure, we're going to the configs. And I have to find this. It's spell scroll. View, word wrap, there we go. So spell scroll cost, cast time. Oh, I never refreshed the config, so it's probably at the bottom. Oh, you know what? Let's do this right. Whenever you get my updates, it will automatically refresh if there are any config changes. It will clean up your configs and push out a new one. I figured that was like the best way to handle config changes. So really what I have to do is just rebuild, delete the old config, and then we'll start the game fresh. And then I will change that bool to false. And then we'll reload the game, and I want to see what it's like if you have magic, like spell scrolls locked. Just to make sure that I can't see any of the information. Now we can come up here. There we go. Spell scroll restricted to mages. True. File. Let's wait for the game to load. File save. All right, so made by creative mode. It would have your player name there. Let's reload the game now, so it pulls from the new config. Or I may have to shut down. I don't know. I think a reload would do it. I'm not changing anything from like one of the dictionaries. So a little longer. We got a little more out of here just because I found a last minute bug. Got a little more out of the stream. Yeah. Still not there. Man. This item's beyond your comprehension. There we go. And I cannot use it. Sweet. All right, let's set that back to false. File save. Reload. Because I know that's gonna snap me if I don't put it back. Keep hearing, like, I think it's my neighbors like cleaning out their car, so I hear like a car opening and closing. But it's a nice day now. The rain looks like it stopped, so I think someone's doing something, you know, going in their car. There we go. Works perfect. My senses have sharpened. You know what? Made by creative mode. I think... Damn it. It's localized, isn't it? Made by creative mode. I think I need to have an extra space there. Yeah, I do. And I need to change it here as well. Yep, right there. There we go. I just wanted a little space. That gray text at the bottom with like the ID and the code goes away. So I just didn't want it to be right on top of the mod Rustbound Magic. Let it breathe a little bit. Cool. All right. I saw that's everything. Again, Discord. That's the Discord. Let's find someone to stream or someone to raid. And then I got to go through. I have my note off to the side here to put instant cast, or not instant cast, but the ability to move when casting some spells. I'll do like a first pass and see like what makes sense to me. Get that functionality in. Let's look for Vintage Story. Any other suggestions? Let me know. But I think at this point, right, we keep fixing things, but this is all stuff that could be done outside of an alpha, right? I think I just need to really write up the guides. That's like the immediate thing, and then I will make the alpha available in that chat that like subs and supporters can see in Discord. The one that's going to be for like the gaming server stuff. But I'll get like a Dropbox or something. I don't know. How do people normally give give things like this out, right? It's like, what do people? Is Dropbox the thing you use these days? I don't want to do like Google Drive because I would have to like set up like my ViesCraft kind of thing. It's going to be a pain in the ass doing that. But I'm not using my personal one. All right, who should we raid? Who should we raid? We got quite a few people streaming. I'm surprised I got so many people watching. Well. Long stream today. You know what my criteria is when I'm looking for someone to raid? I look for one of two things, right? There's a first, second, and third. I look to see if there is a video of the person. If there's a video of the person, I'll look at those people first, right? And see, okay, what are you doing? If there is no video and they're just playing, I look at them second. If it's one of those like virtual character thingies, I look at those last. So like I'm looking at this one and it's like, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different of those like animated characters. I'm like, bottom of the list. Sparkheart is playing. Why don't we raid Sparkheart? Now I hear a closed door. Perfect. Just in time. All right, everyone. Exclamation raid / raid. Raid old Sparkheart. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching me. Making great progress, right? Like, things are getting cleaned up. Really, a lot of the feedback. Of course, there are things that I'm going to miss. I'm a single person doing every aspect of a very complex mod. It's not like I got 7 people working on mods like others. So I am going to miss things. But for the most part, it seems like I've nailed things down. I haven't had crashes. Like the work in progress spells, don't use them. You know, they're work in progress. I probably should go through the spell scrolls and just try to cast each spell to see if it works. Maybe I'll do that, but you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Later today, it depends on my free time. I may live stream again in like another hour or two. I may also just, I'll be talking in Discord regardless, but I also like the idea of, instead of doing a live stream, going into the Discord and hopping in one of the voice channels and then just sharing my screen. That way I can actually talk with people if they want to come in. But thanks everyone for watching. I hope you have a great day, and I'll talk to you all later. Bye.